Chapter 1076. Cloud Sea City was an ancient city at the border of the Guilin and Yanlong dynasties. It belonged to the former. Usually, there wouldn't be many cultivators coming to a border city like this. But now, as the date of the battle between the second prince of the Guilin divine dynasty and the Yanlong crown prince was approaching, this ancient city was already crowded half a month ago. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face was covered by a layer of light. If it was any other day, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. But now, all the geniuses of the four dynasties were gathered here. There were all kinds of strange cultivators, so it wasn't too eye-catching. Look, it's the Yanlong Crown Prince's dragon guards. Just as Ling Xiao was listening to music and drinking tea and thinking to himself, there was a sudden shout in the tea house. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked out of the window. Indeed, he saw countless figures in crimson armor descending from the sky with sabers in their hands. In the middle of the dragon guards, there was a golden carriage carried by 8 people. Although it was covered by a thin veil, Ling Xiao could still see the 2 people sitting on the carriage. Especially the young man who wore a golden robe and exposed his chest. It caused the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth to unconsciously curl into a smile. Yanlong Crown Prince Yan Zheng, 7th grade Martial Saint Realm. He had no luck. However, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying flame energy circulating around him. It contained a violent and scorching aura. According to what Ling Xiao knew, Yan Zheng was not only the number 1 genius of the 4 dynasties, but he was also the only son of the Yanlong Emperor. He had always been doted on and would grant any request. Whenever he went out, there would be experts following behind him. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel a vast and terrifying aura looming in the void. It should be a 7th grade Martial Saint Realm expert. Of course, the reason why the Yanlong Emperor was so cautious was not without reason. After all, if Yan Zheng died, the Yanlong imperial dynasty's inheritance would be cut off. For any ancient divine dynasty, the consequences were unimaginable. Ling Xiao was here to use this as a contract to drive the Flame Dragon imperial dynasty crazy and declare war against the ancient Qilin divine dynasty. At that time, he would only need to hide in the dark, and he would be able to take the evil treasures sealed by the 2 dynasties. Do you think this is the end? Childish. There was definitely something suspicious about Yan Zheng's death. If there was no one to take the blame, how could Ling Xiao rightfully control the 4 dynasties? Therefore, when the time was right, Ling Xiao would order Qin Qingshan to lure the Gone Heaven Divine sect over to collect the blood spirits and search for the Sky Yin underworld disc. Using the name of the Sky Demon, the Gone Tian Divine sect was indeed relying on it to do whatever they wanted. But you made me take such a big blame, so you have to pay a price, right? The 4 dynasties had always been united against a common enemy. Since that was the case, they could only disintegrate them from the inside. That person in the carriage is Prince Gu Yu's childhood sweetheart, right? She should be. I heard that she was the young miss of a declining clan in the ancient Qilin divine dynasty. Her name is Su Qingwan, because the ancient Qilin emperor objected. She didn't marry into an imperial clan. That was why she took the palace master of the Dream Immortals Palace as her master. Who knew that the Flame Dragon Crown Prince would take a liking to her and forcefully take her back to the Flame Dragon Imperial Dynasty? With the Flame Dragon Crown Prince's temper, he probably just wanted to play. Who knew that the palace master of the Dream Immortals Palace would ask Prince Guyu for help, which made Yan Zheng want to fight for her? Bastard. That Yan Zheng is simply a bastard. Even though the cultivators in the city were from the 4 divine dynasties, they were clearly more local than local cultivators. At this moment, a wisp of resentment flashed through their faces as they looked at Yan Zheng, who was sitting in the carriage with a beauty in his arms. In the tea house, Ling Xiao smiled warmly when he heard what they were saying. He was naturally extremely familiar with such tricks, but Su Qingwan had been captured in the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty for a year, and Yan Zheng had probably played her thoroughly. What can I say? Love is a ray of light. Guyu, you're magnanimous. You're loyal. Right when everyone was discussing animatedly and a few thousand dragon guards were descending from the sky, numerous figures with terrifying auras suddenly soared into the sky from within the city, and they stopped Yan Zheng's carriage. Stop right there. You're not allowed to step foot into the territory of my ancient Qilin dynasty. Numerous figures in golden armor stood towering in midair, and they stood in confrontation with Yan Zheng's dragon guards from afar. A Saint Realm expert stood with his hands behind his back at the lead of the group. His figure was tall, and he seemed like a general. How presumptuous! How dare you disrespect the crown prince of my dynasty? You're courting death. Could it be that Crown Prince Yan Zheng is afraid that he'll die in my city? That's why he actually led his troops here. Right when all the dragon guards raised their sabers and were about to attack, another figure walked over slowly from within the city and stood before the crowd. It was the second prince of the ancient Qilin dynasty, Guyu, who'd headed to the supreme secret realm earlier. At this moment, even though Guyu had a solemn expression on his face, he didn't seem as flustered and helpless as Ling Xiao had imagined. Ling Xiao even noticed a strand of the aura of a Dao Law from him. He was at the 6th rank of the Exalt realm, and he possessed karmic luck. So, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat Yan Zheng, who was at the 7th rank of the Exalt realm. Looks like the second prince has had some fortuitous encounters recently. Guyu, you still only know how to talk big. What? Have you already forgotten the fear of being crushed by this crown prince last time? A fair palm suddenly stretched out from within the carriage. After that, a gloomy young man in a golden robe appeared before everyone. Beside him was a beautiful young lady in light clothes. She had a bitter look in her eyes as she looked down at her feet. It seemed like she didn't dare to meet Guyu's eyes. Qing Wan. When he saw the young lady, Guyu's originally calm face instantly rippled, and a wisp of resentment and sorrow appeared in his eyes. If he'd been more determined back then, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament today. Fortunately, that day he'd experienced life and death in the Supreme Secret Realm, and he'd actually comprehended the Gung Metal Dao Law by accident. So he might not lose tomorrow's battle. No, he had to ruthlessly trample on Yan Zheng in front of all the geniuses of the 4 dynasties. He had to shatter Yan Zheng's Dao heart and consign him to eternal damnation. Of course, no matter how much Guyu hated Yan Zheng, he definitely didn't dare to rashly kill him. After all, if he died, the entire Yanlong Divine Dynasty would probably go crazy. Ha, stop looking. Guyu, you'd better think about how to save your life tomorrow. Yan Zheng smiled eerily and pulled Su Qing into his arms. Let me give you a friendly reminder. You can kneel down and call me father. If you acknowledge me as your godfather, I might consider sparing your worthless life. Guyu clenched his fists, and Dao inscriptions flowed in his eyes. He almost couldn't suppress his murderous intent. All of you, go to the Yanlong border and wait for me. It's just the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty. Even if I give them 100 guts, what can they do to me? Yan Zheng laughed maniacally and waved his hand to dismiss the thousands of dragon guards. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a dragon seemed to follow him. He was domineering and insufferably arrogant. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's smile widened. Did you see that? This was a typical villain. He looked powerful, but he was domineering and always thought that he could crush everything with his status. Little did he know that the greatest pleasure in this world was always when the weak defeated the strong and unexpected. Chapter 1077. Qing Wan. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you back openly this time. Guyu gritted his teeth and swore to himself. In the end, he didn't speak another word. He led the generals into the city and vanished. At this moment, the woman in plain clothes in the tea house bowed slightly after finishing her song, and it caused a wave of cheers. Ling Xiao put down a spirit stone, turned around, and walked out of the tea house. Looks like someone is bound to be sleepless tonight. Night had fallen, but the entire city was still bustling with noise. There were even gambling houses that had opened up bets on who would win between Guyu and Yanzheng. Of course, everyone from the four dynasties knew that while Yanzheng was domineering and arrogant, his combat strength was heaven-defying, and his flame dragon divine technique could crush anyone in his generation. On the other hand, Guyu could only be considered as a genius, and he couldn't be compared to the true monstrous geniuses of the four dynasties. Moreover, one of them was at the 6th rank of the Exalt Realm, while the other was at the 7th rank of the Exalt Realm. It was obvious who was stronger. While the path to immortality was dazzling, the true determinant of one's combat strength was one's cultivation. Moreover, in terms of status, Guyu was only the second prince of a dynasty, while Yanzheng was the crown prince of the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty and possessed countless treasures. How could Guyu compete with him? Have you finished your investigation? At a corner of the city, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back while hiding in the darkness. Behind him, a figure covered in a black robe bowed. "My lord, I have." Guyu has a personal guard commander by his side. He's a member of the Flame Guards, and his name is Qi Hao. The crown prince summoned him before he arrived. You will pretend to hand this soul imprint over to Guyu. Remember, it must pass through this person's hands. The more careful you act, the better. When the time comes, you only need to say this. Ling Xiao's eyes were gloomy, and there was a smile on the corners of his mouth. The role of this spy was naturally to obtain information for his master. Yanzheng's death in the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty was not enough to drive the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty into a frenzy. Then, was Guyu colluding with the Sky Demon's vassal to destroy the Yanlong Divine Dynasty enough for the Flame Dragon Emperor to disregard everything? Perhaps the Fire Dragon Imperial clan would be filled with hatred for the loss of their beloved son. However, the threat of the dynasty's destruction left them with no other choice. Of course, even if this flame guard did not voluntarily give the seal to Yanzheng, Ling Xiao naturally had a way to make him cooperate obediently. "Yes, my lord." The secret guard bowed and turned to head towards the city Lord Palace, where Guyu was staying. Ling Xiao also concealed his aura and followed closely behind him, disappearing into the darkness. "Stop! Who are you?" Ocean of Cloud City. Before a grand ancient palace, the shadow guard walked over from the street and bowed to the palace guards. "I have something important to report to the second prince. I hope the two of you can help me pass the message." At this moment, he could see that Qi Hao was standing in front of the hall in his golden armor, and he was looking over here vigilantly. "You have something to report?" The two guards looked at each other and frowned. "What do you want?" "It's a secret. I hope the two of you can pass the message." Hearing this, the two guards' faces turned gloomy. However, at this moment, Qi Hao walked over from afar and shouted in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "Commander." The two guards bowed, but Qi Hao waved his hand and dismissed them. "I am Qi Hao, the commander of the second prince's personal guards. If there is anything, just tell me." "Commander Qi, I have heard a lot about you. I am here on the orders of the sect master. I have something important to pass to the second prince. I hope the commander can pass the message." "Something important?" Qi Hao frowned slightly. Tomorrow was the day of the battle between Guyu and Crown Prince Yanzheng. As Guyu's personal guard, he could clearly feel that Guyu seemed to have a well-thought-out plan for this battle and wasn't as panicked and dejected as before. He originally thought that the second prince had obtained some good fortune in the supreme secret area. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. "Sect master? What sect master?" "The prince is now in seclusion to prepare for the battle tomorrow. If we disturb him now, I am afraid that neither of us can bear the consequences." "This," the secret guard frowned and revealed a worried expression. "Commander Qi, I can't stay here for long. May I know when the prince will come out of seclusion?" At least tomorrow. If you have something important, why don't you pass it to me? I will pass it to the prince. Chi Hao's expression was calm, but his eyes were gloomy. This is not very good. My sect master specially reminded me that I must pass it to Prince Gu Yu personally. Humph. Do you not trust me? Chi Hao snorted coldly. His divine aura suddenly descended, causing the secret guard's face to turn pale. His eyes were filled with fear. No, that is not what I meant. All right, Commander. This divine soul imprint contains the next big plan of the sect master and the prince. I hope the commander can pass it to Prince Gu Yu personally. Don't worry. Chi Hao nodded slightly. He watched as the black figure turned and walked into the crowd, disappearing. In the next moment, a sinister look flashed across his face. The next big plan? As expected, Gu Yu was so calm now. He must have something to rely on to deal with Crown Prince Yanzheng. However, this divine soul imprint would be completely destroyed once touched. It was better to show it to the Crown Prince. The two of you follow me. Thinking of this, Chi Hao immediately turned around and called out to the two guards not far away. They walked towards the corner of the city. At this moment, in the sky above the ancient hall, Ling Xiao gazed calmly at the three figures that had left, and there wasn't the slightest ripple on his face. It was obvious that Chi Hao had fallen into the trap. Next, he only needed to wait patiently for tomorrow. Everything would fall into place, naturally. With Ling Xiao's strength and background, it was naturally not difficult for him to defeat the four dynasties. However, the four dynasties were guarding the evil treasure of the Azure world. Once he did it too obviously, it would inevitably attract unnecessary suspicion. After all, there were many experts in the Azure world, and there was no lack of scheming people. The advantage of setting up a trap was that he could put himself behind the scenes and lure out all the potential threats before eliminating them one by one. In this way, when the time was right, he could suppress the ancient times and achieve immortality. The path to immortality was ancient. Since there was no luck, he naturally had to be careful and avoid all risks. Suddenly, an extremely obscure fluctuation came from the darkness. When Chi Hao walked out, the two golden armored guards were no longer behind him. His figure was hidden in the darkness as he flashed towards a courtyard in the north of the city. A Saint Realm expert was already the top in the Cloud Sea City. At this moment, Chi Hao had used a method to conceal his aura. Thus, it was difficult for anyone to notice his tracks. Buzz. When Chi Hao's figure descended from the sky and stood in front of the courtyard, he spread out his soul to investigate the surroundings. Only then did he knock on the door and report softly, "Crown Prince, Yan Hao greets you. Come in." After a short while, a sinister voice sounded from the courtyard. Chi Hao pushed the door open and entered, bowing towards the figure within. "Crown Prince, someone just sent a soul imprint to Gu Yu, but I intercepted it." "Oh, who sent it?" The corners of Yan Zheng's brows raised slightly, but there was a wisp of disdain on his face. He said that a sect master sent it, and it's related to Gu Yu's grand plan. I'm worried that he wants to join forces with outsiders to deal with you. Chapter 1078. Working with Outsiders. I'd like to see who has the guts to do so. Yanzheng sneered. In the four dynasties, he couldn't kill anyone he wanted. Those who dared to provoke him were all dead. Gu Yu, the second prince of the Gu Lin divine dynasty, dared to play tricks with him? With that thought, Yanzheng clenched his fist and crushed the divine soul mark. He saw a wisp of dense soul light sweeping over and pouring into his sea of soul in a flash. Gu Yu, Lord Sky Demon, has ordered the Gone Sky Divine sect to secretly help you unify the four dynasties. However, as a price, you have to offer the items sealed by the four dynasties to my master. Make a decision quickly and send a message to me. Boom! A vast soul aura spread out. Faintly, Yanzheng felt a dark and cold fluctuation flashing in his soul sea. Before he could investigate it carefully, the wisp of evil intent had already disappeared without a trace. Sky demon! At that moment, Yanzheng felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. His body trembled, and he couldn't react for a long time. There was no one in the 4 dynasties that he was afraid of. However, the name Sky Demon was a taboo in the 9 heavens. If Guyu really colluded with the Sky Demon, not to mention the Yanlong Divine Dynasty, even the top sects in the Azure world wouldn't be able to escape destruction. Crown Prince Yu, Qi Hao's face froze, especially when he saw the cold sweat on Yanzheng's head. He felt an inexplicable pressure. Commander Hao, you've done a great service. Yanzheng took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. No wonder Guyu, a defeated opponent, dared to clamor with him today. It turned out that he had sided with the Sky Demon. However, the Sky Demon had declined and hadn't become a force yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to support him secretly. As long as he took this opportunity to expose this conspiracy, he might become an existence comparable to the human emperor in the history of the human race. Commander Hao, go back first. Don't alert the enemy. Guyu colluded with the Sky Demon and deserves to be punished. Remember all the people and forces that have dealings with Guyu these days. Yes, Crown Prince. Qi Hao's expression trembled. He nodded lightly and disappeared. Yen Dragon Guards, heed my orders. Search for all mysterious people along the Cloud Ocean City. We'd rather capture the wrong person than let them go. Yanzheng took out a sound-transmitting talisman and shouted softly. In the end, he did not say anything more and turned to walk into the room. Fortunately, the soul seal had not fallen into Guyu's hands. This way, he still had time to deal with this disaster. Tomorrow, as long as he could crush Guyu under his feet and expose his scheme in front of all the elites of the 4 dynasties, the Guilin Divine Dynasty would be completely destroyed. What? You're saying that I'm spouting nonsense? No matter, Guyu is here. You just have to search his soul, and the truth will be revealed. Now that the soul seal was broken, the evidence was lost, and they were in the Guilin territory. If Yanzheng was too impatient, he would only give Guyu a chance to breathe. What he needed to do was to kill him while he was unprepared and use this as a bait to find the Gone Sky Divine Sect. The young master of the Ling people was right. The Sky Demon was protected by his henchmen. As for me, Yanzheng, as long as I find the demon's trace and remove the demon feather, it will be a great achievement. The world will praise my name. Outside the courtyard, Ling Xiao looked at Qi Hao, who was leaving in a hurry with a calm expression. This game of chess had officially begun. Haven't you been waiting for Guyu to save you? Tomorrow, I'll destroy his reputation in front of you and make him die a horrible death. Suddenly, a series of shrill cries resounded from the courtyard. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly, turned around, and vanished into the night. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky, and the entire city fell into an uproar. A bluestone battle platform had been built in front of the city Lord's Hall. Countless geniuses of the dynasties stood below the platform and waited with anticipation. The duel between the 2 emperors of the divine dynasties was naturally filled with the smell of gossip. Moreover, Yanzheng was known as the #1 genius of the 4 dynasties. Being able to watch him kill his enemies at close range was a blessing for many geniuses. Look, it's Prince Guyu. A straight figure suddenly walked out of the city lord's mansion. His golden imperial robe was embroidered with 9 dragons. He wore a purple crown on his head and had a tall figure. Although he wasn't as handsome as before, he had the majesty of an emperor. At this moment, Guyu was walking calmly on the platform with his hands behind his back. Sigh, Prince Guyu is quite handsome, but his cultivation is too low. I'm afraid he'll be crushed by Yanzheng today. That's right. Although the prince's spirit is praiseworthy, I'm afraid only the black tortoise crown prince can fight Yanjung. I just hope that Prince Gu Yu will know what's good for him. He mustn't give up his cultivation path because of a woman. Many geniuses of the ancient dynasties sighed softly with pity between their brows. At this moment, Ling Xiao was sitting in front of the window in a tea house beside the city lord's mansion. He was sipping a cup of tea in his hand. Today, the tea house was already empty. Even the singing girl was nowhere to be found. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from afar. Ling Xiao turned around and saw the plain-clothed girl walking over slowly. Her hair was like a waterfall, and she had a sorrowful expression on her face. But when she saw Ling Xiao, a wisp of surprise flickered in her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected that there would be a guest in the tea house. "Young master, why didn't you watch the princes fight?" Seeing the smile on Ling Xiao's face, the girl mustered up her courage and laughed softly. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Although she couldn't see the young master's face clearly, he gave off a noble vibe just by sitting there. It made people want to get close to him, but also feel inferior. "Isn't it clearer here?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the girl warmly. "Does this tea house belong to you?" Just now he saw that the girl was frowning. Since he was bored, he asked casually, "How could I have such a good life? Back then, I owed the owner of the tea house a large amount of spiritual stones. Now I'm singing to repay my debt. Young master, what do you want to hear today?" "Oh, selling your body because of debt?" Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yesterday he saw that the girl had 2,000 points of fate. Although it wasn't much, it shouldn't be buried here. "How many spiritual stones do you owe the owner?" 100. Back then, the owner was kind and helped me bury my late father. This kindness can't be measured by spiritual stones. The plain-clothed girl smiled bitterly. Her jade-like hands stroked the zither. "Yesterday, I heard your zither music. It's sweet and clear and has its own rhythm. How about this? I'll go and help me do something. Do you see the people in the gambling house downstairs? Go and bet on Guyu. As a reward, if I win the bet, I'll give you half of it." Ling Xiao casually placed a Qingquan bag on the table and smiled casually. "Guyu? This. Young master, are you from the Four Dynasties?" Although Prince Guyu is pure and kind, Crown Prince Yanzheng is the #1 demon of the Four Dynasties. "Young master, it's fine. I like to be independent. Just do as I say. However, you have to be quick. Otherwise, when Yanzheng arrives, I won't be able to place my bet." Ling Xiao took a sip of tea. The plain-clothed girl didn't dare to say anything. She picked up the Qingquan bag and bowed slightly. "There's no need for a reward for such a small matter. I'll go down and bet on your behalf." After saying that, she actually ran all the way down the stairs. Chapter 1079. Ling Xiao shook his head as he watched the silhouette disappear into the distance. 100 spiritual stones was almost negligible to him. However, this girl had a good character and knew how to repay kindness. She would not accept kindness for nothing. It was a bet. The villa was next to the sea. She had 2,000 spiritual stones and had yet to enter the immortal path. Perhaps this girl would be able to soar to the 9 heavens with just one opportunity. Karma in this world was quite mysterious. Ling Xiao did not give her 100 spiritual stones out of kindness. He only wanted to form a good relationship with her. Even if the girl disappeared in the future, it would not be a loss to him. However, once she realized her talent, she might be a good chess piece. Some favors given when one was weak were much more appreciated than adding flowers to one's prosperity in the future. "Young master." "Huff, huff, huff, I'm done." After a while, the girl returned to the tea house. Her fair forehead was covered in sweat. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded and did not say anything else. The girl bowed and returned to the stage. She calmed herself down and played the zither in a leisurely manner. Unlike the hustle and bustle outside the tea house, Ling Xiao was not looking forward to the duel at all. He was waiting for the chaos to begin. That was the beginning of his script. The zither's music calmed one's mind. Ling Xiao seemed to be smiling. It was said that a new batch of children of destiny had appeared recently. Their cultivation levels were unparalleled, but they did not know it. They only knew how to play the zither and paint all day. They raised chickens and fed fish. The chickens he raised became inferno true phoenixes. The fish he fed were actually 9 true dragons. Ha! Sir, I felt that we were fated the moment I saw you. Yes, I know you are an ordinary person. Yes. I am the righteous young master of the Ling people. What? There is a huge difference between our identities. When I, Ling Xiao, make friends, I never look at their identities, because no one in the Azure world is more noble than me. Come on, sir. Isn't it the same everywhere? I'll find you a beautiful place. You can feed the chickens, raise the fish, play the zither, and paint. No one will disturb you. What? You want to go out and show off? No, you don't. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble came from the void outside the building. Ling Xiao's eyes focused slightly, yet he noticed that the young woman in plain clothes wasn't disturbed at all. She was just calmly playing the zither, and she seemed to have fallen into a wonderful state. It's Crown Prince Yan Zheng. Crown Prince Yan Zheng is here. The entire city instantly fell into an uproar. The faces of the countless geniuses from the ancient dynasties flickered with intense excitement. In the sky, Yan Zheng sat in his dragon carriage with a sinister smile on his face. He raised his hand and pinched the girl's face. He sneered, "Watch me. Watch how I crush him under my feet and ruin his reputation." With Yan Zheng's personality, he wouldn't fall in love with anyone. He was a villain, after all. Most of the time, he wouldn't fall in love with anyone. However, Su Qingwan had a cold personality. Even when she was imprisoned by him, she still looked absent-minded. The more it was like this, the more Yan Zheng wanted her body and mind. Buzz! Yan Zheng took a step forward. There seemed to be a dragon following him. He landed directly on the battle platform, causing countless cracks to appear on the stone ground. Awesome! This Yan Zheng is probably going to enter the 8th stage of the Exalt realm. Prince Guyu is in danger. The expressions of many geniuses from the ancient dynasties changed when they sensed the terrifying spirit aura surging around Yan Zheng. However, at that moment, Guyu's face was calm. He didn't seem to panic at all. Pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend. Yan Zheng snorted coldly. There seemed to be flames surging in his eyes. Similar to the Golden Crow, the Arch bloodline, the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty also cultivated the Tao of Fire. It was said that the limit of this race's bloodline allowed them to transform their blood into armor. It was called the Flame Dragon Battle Armor, and its power was comparable to a sage artifact. He swung his hair and clenched his fists, transforming into a hero. Yan Zheng, remember our agreement. If you lose today, you will return Qingwan your freedom. Gu Yu took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the cold and beautiful figure above him. She had lost weight and looked haggard. Qingwan, I'm fighting this battle for you. Even if my body is smashed and my bloodline is destroyed, I will fight for you and change your fate. I lose? Gu Yu, aren't you overestimating yourself? Yan Zheng shook his head and smiled. In the next instant, his eyes turned sinister. One move is enough to kill you. After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his arm and clenched it. Blazing flames soared into the sky, and the terrifying heat caused the entire battle platform to collapse in an instant. The space within thousands of miles turned blood red. It was like a sea of fire, exuding a terrifying heat. Ling Xiao's eyes were calm, but his heart was filled with emotions. The 4 great divine dynasties were indeed the servants of the sacred spirit. Just their bloodline alone was far superior to the ordinary ancient clans. However, he didn't know if he would be able to merge that mysterious golden blood into his body after his demonic body broke through. "Guyu Dai," Yanzheng shouted coldly and took a step forward. Around him, the raging flames wriggled and condensed into a ferocious dragon silhouette in the air, suppressing towards Guyu. Wherever the dragon's shadow passed, the space collapsed. Waves of fire connected and blocked Guyu's escape route. It was as if he was in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Guyu's face darkened. Golden light also appeared around him. Then he clenched his fist and slashed out with an ancient golden saber. Buzz! There was a sudden buzzing sound between heaven and earth. Tao inscriptions overlapped where the saber passed and turned into 3,000 saber essences. They swept out like a wild wind and pressed down furiously. This is too exciting. Is this a battle between geniuses? I didn't expect Prince Guyu to be so powerful. This time, Crown Prince Yanzheng will have to put in a lot of effort. Boom! However, just when everyone thought that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin, they suddenly heard a strange voice from the fighting ring. Everyone was stunned. Even Guyu had a dumbfounded look on her face. At this moment, he seemed to see Yanzheng's head explode in the sky. His body fell from the sky and was slashed into pieces by the dazzling saber radiance. But how could this be? Their attacks hadn't even collided. How could Yanzheng be slashed into pieces? The entire Cloud Sea City suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the geniuses of the ancient dynasties were shocked. Their mouths were agape and their eyes were wide open. Obviously, they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Crown Prince Yanzheng was slashed into pieces by Prince Guyu. Somehow it smelled like a conspiracy. Instantly, many people looked at Guyu with a complicated look in their eyes. With his strength, even if he could fight Yanzheng, he wouldn't be able to kill Yanzheng so easily. There must be some sinister means that no one knew about. On the fighting ring, Guyu was stunned. As he watched the saber radiance gradually dissipate, he felt a chill in his heart. Yanzheng is dead? How did he die? In an instant, Guyu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Cold, sweat dripped down from his head. It was obvious that this was a trap that could consign the ancient Qilin divine dynasty to eternal damnation. Beat, the Tao heart of providence has been shattered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Damn it! In the crowd, Chi Hao was shocked and his body trembled violently. After knowing that Guyu had colluded with the Sky Demon, he was extremely wary of Guyu. How could ordinary people understand the means of an evil demon? However, he was only in the exalted realm. How could he kill the crown prince so easily? Could it be that Guyu had been hiding his cultivation level all this time to destroy the Flame Dragon legacy? Chapter 1080. What is this? Nothing is left of Crown Prince Yanzheng? This doesn't seem right. The Cloud Sea ancient city fell into chaos. Hearing what they said, Guyu gritted his teeth and dashed toward the city lord's residence. Protect the prince, Chi Hao shouted, but a golden light shone in his hand. Senior, Guyu colluded with the demon to kill the crown prince. Come to the Cloud Sea city immediately. Divine light shone in the distant sky. Countless figures in red armor flew over, and they were all filled with killing intent. Chi Hao took a deep breath and chased after Guyu. With the sky demon to rely on, it was reasonable for Guyu to be so fearless. After unifying the 4 dynasties, Guyu would face the Flame Dragon Empire head-on sooner or later. Now he killed Yanzheng openly. He only needed to wait for 1,000 years, and the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty would definitely decline. Without shedding a drop of blood. What a vicious plan! What a horrifying plan! Using a woman as an excuse, he colluded with the demon to take over the 4 dynasties. With Yanzheng's cautiousness, he wouldn't send his guards away easily. Killing him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This might be the reason why Guyu challenged him to a battle on the battle platform. Thinking about it, perhaps Su Qingwan was also a pawn in this game. I have to say that it's good to have a brain, because he can expand his thinking according to our plan. What's going on? What's going on? Countless guards rushed out of the city lord's main hall. Seeing the thousands of flame dragon guards descending from the sky, they were also puzzled. Guyu frowned and kept pacing in the main hall. Who dared to plot the death of the flame dragon crown prince and put the blame on him? Obviously, it wasn't done by the righteous path. Could it be the demon that the ancestor mentioned had returned to the human world? Second prince, what's going on? Now, the flame dragon guards are attacking the city lord's main hall under He Yun's lead. The city lord of the Cloud Sea City stared at Guyu with a solemn expression. Yan Zheng's death could be said to be an upheaval in the four dynasties. Once this news reached the Yanlong divine dynasty, Guilin would face a real disaster. Among the four great divine dynasties, the Flame Dragon Empire and the Black Tortoise Empire had a strong foundation and many experts. Yan Zheng was the only son of the Fire Dragon Emperor. Now that he had been killed by Guyu for no apparent reason, this matter would not end well. I don't know either. Someone set me up. Guyu's head was drenched in cold sweat. He had not sensed that someone had attacked him secretly. Therefore, Yan Zheng should have been poisoned long ago, but the poison acted up when they were fighting. That's right, the soul imprint that Qi Hao had intercepted yesterday contained a wisp of the poison of woe that Ling Xiao had set up. This poison was enveloped by his soul power, so a mere Exalt Realm cultivator would naturally not be able to detect it. Moreover, it was Yan Zheng who had opened his soul sea to check the information in the soul imprint, so he had been caught off guard. Today, when he had fought with Guyu, his soul power and spiritual power had surged violently, and the soul power that had enveloped the poison had naturally been shattered. With his Exalt Realm body, how could he have withstood the poison of woe that was corroding him from the inside out? Poor Crown Prince. He still had many trump cards that could save his life, but he had died an unnatural death, just like that. Someone set him up? The city lord of the Cloud Sea City nodded slowly. Suddenly he took a deep breath and said, Commander Qi, lead the guards and escort the second prince back to the imperial city through the back door. We will discuss this matter further. Yes. Qi Hao's eyes narrowed, but he snorted in his heart. Discuss this matter further? If the crown prince had been killed in a fair duel, perhaps there would not have been too much of a change. However, the second prince of Guilin had colluded with the demon and harbored evil intentions. Later, as long as he captured Guyu and took him back to the Yanlong divine dynasty, his ambitions would be exposed. At that time, let's see how you can continue acting. Boom! Boom! Outside the city lord's palace, a mighty spirit aura suddenly surged. A black-robed figure descended from the sky and instantly crushed several guards. Guyu, get the hell out here. Hien, this is my Guilin divine dynasty. It's not your place to behave atrociously. The city lord of the Cloud Sea City gripped his saber tightly and stared coldly at the black-robed man. He was Yan Zheng's personal guard, a 7th grade Saint Realm expert who was quite famous in the 4 divine dynasties. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to stop him. However, as a subject, it was his duty to protect the borders, kill the enemy, and protect his master. Therefore, the city lord of the Cloud Sea City couldn't retreat. City lord of the Cloud Sea City, if you don't hand over Guyu today, I'll bury the entire city with my crown prince. Hiyun roared furiously. He was a personal guard, and now that his master was dead, he could only atone for his crime with his death. However, at this moment, Hiyun still couldn't figure out where the second prince of the Guilin divine dynasty got the courage to kill the crown prince of the Guilin divine dynasty right in front of him. Moreover, while Yan Zheng was arrogant, his strength was at the top of the 4 divine dynasties. So why had he actually died at Guyu's hands? A scheme. There's definitely something wrong with Guyu. Humph. It was a fair battle. Yan Zheng's cultivation was insufficient, and he was killed by a prince of my dynasty. What right do you have to act arrogantly here? Soldiers, follow me and kill the invaders. The city lord had a solemn expression on his face, but he didn't speak another word in the end. He just took a step forward and moved to greet Hien. It was useless to explain any further in such a situation. He could only try his best to buy time so that the second prince would have a chance to flee. So long as he could return safely to the imperial capital, then the Yanlong divine dynasty would probably not dare to do anything to him. Boom! The heavens and the earth dimmed while boundless Saint Aura pressed down towards the surroundings. At this moment, the entire city was in chaos and battle shook the sky. The young woman in plain clothes in the tea house had finished her song. She raised her head and noticed that the figure in front of the window had vanished, and she was stunned. Miss Enin! Miss Enin! An anxious shout suddenly resounded from outside the building. The young woman in plain clothes frowned slightly and stood up to welcome the visitor. The worker from the gambling house had a pale face as he handed her a cosmos bag and a single spirit stone. Miss Enin, the city is in chaos. You should flee. This is... Chu Enin's expression grew more and more confused, but the worker had already turned around and fled. Gu Yu's second prince killed Crown Prince Yanzhang. The city is in big trouble. Here are the 1,000 spirit stones you won. Together with the principal, the total is 1,100 spirit stones. When he thought of the young man's dark and deep eyes, the worker's footsteps became even more hurried. What? Chu Enin covered her mouth with her hand. She stood there in a daze, as if she'd been struck by a heavy blow. Miss Chu, the city is in chaos. I have to leave the city to avoid trouble. You should leave as well. The owner of the tea house packed his luggage and ran out from the back hall with his family. Uncle, here are 100 spirit stones. Together with the 30 spirit stones I returned to you earlier, take it as my repayment. Chu Enin carefully picked out 100 spirit stones and handed them to the shopkeeper. Then she put away the remaining 1,000 spirit stones. Determination suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Young master, no matter where you are, Enin will definitely return these spirit stones to you. Although she didn't remember what the young man looked like, Chu Enin believed that if she saw him again, she would be able to recognize him at first glance. She had a unique talent for music in this world. She would never forget anything she heard. However, she felt guilty because she didn't know her young master's name. On the other side, Ling Zhao's figure was hidden in the void. He looked at Guyu, who escaped from the back door of the city lord's mansion, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Guyu had poisoned Yanzhang, and the inflammation had been removed. Next, the 4 ancient dynasties would definitely fall into chaos. However, as long as Guyu didn't die, there would be a flaw in this chess game. Once he fell into the hands of the Yanlong divine dynasty, they would search his soul and find out everything. Of course, he had to be a scapegoat. Only then would there be no mistakes. Extreme light and extreme heat was the only way to die. Chapter 1081. Spirit aura surged through ocean of Cloud City. Numerous golden-armored figures were slaughtered, and blood flowed like an ocean. Countless commoners and cultivators fled in all directions, and their faces were filled with terror. Yanzhang was dead, and the entire spirit god region would never have another day of peace. At this moment, in a desolate forest 150 kilometers to the west of ocean of Cloud City, Guyu was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. He'd left in such a hurry that he hadn't even been able to save Su Qingwan. Of course, he couldn't even protect himself right now. Love was truly childish and pitiful in the face of the destruction of the God dynasty. Second Prince, how exactly did you kill Crown Prince Yanzhang? Qi Hao wore golden armor and had a cold expression on his face. With his strength, it was naturally extremely easy for him to deal with Guyu. However, even with his cultivation at the Saint Realm, His heart still trembled when he thought about Yan Zheng's tragic death. For safety's sake, he'd secretly informed Heyin of his whereabouts, and all he had to do was wait for the 7th-rank Saint Realm expert to chase after him so that they could capture the enemy together. How did I kill Yan Zheng? I want to know how I killed Yan Zheng as well. At this moment, Gu Yu's mind was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were blood red, and he emanated a vicious aura like a demon. In your current state, I would believe you even if you told me you were the Sky Demon. Second Prince, rest for a while. We're 150 kilometers away from Ocean of Cloud City. I presume no one will be able to catch up to us for a while. Chi Hao sighed softly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a blazing sun suddenly appeared in the sky. After that, a palm of divine radiance smashed down from the sky, and it shattered the sky and covered an area of 50 kilometers. Who is it? Gu Yu's expression shook, and then golden radiance erupted from him. A talisman in his hand emanated waves of divine radiance, and it transformed into the image of an ancient beast that collided with the palm. Bang! At the instant they collided, Gu Yu's figure was already over 10 m away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, the dozens of golden guards who'd escorted him all the way here had been obliterated by the palm. If it wasn't for the ancestors' divine talisman, he would have been killed on the spot. Gu Yu, how dare you poison my crown prince? If I don't take your head today, how will I, Heyin, have the face to return to the Face Emperor? Heyin, dressed in black, stepped down from the sky. Vast saintly might surged out, shattering the barren mountains and turning the ancient trees into ashes. But just as he was about to land in front of Gu Yu, Chi Hao got up from the ground and stood in front of Gu Yu. At this moment, the eyes of the second prince of the divine dynasty flickered with tears. Commander Chi, you're loyal and brave. Inexplicably, Gu Yu saw a similar figure in this figure. Young master, it has been a few days since we last met. Have you been well? It turned out that there was no lack of loyal and righteous people in this world. It was just that they didn't know how to be righteous until they were in a desperate situation. Senior He. No, Gu Yu can't die. Chi Hao shouted in shock, but it made Gu Yu's expression suddenly become sluggish. Senior He? Gu Yu? Why? He-Yun frowned, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yesterday, Gu Yu colluded with the Sky Demon's vassal. I have the evidence and handed it to the Crown Prince, but I didn't expect that he would still secretly plot against me. Chi Hao took a deep breath, and his face was filled with resentment. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was behind him, was completely dumbfounded. Colluding with the Sky Demon's vassal? Control the evidence? I'm already in such dire straits. Why do you still want to hit me when I'm down? It turns out I'm narrow-minded. How can there be someone as righteous as my young master in this world? They're just a bunch of cowardly lackeys. What? He-Yun's expression changed. The Sky Demon's vassal was a great deterrent to any force in the Azure continent. No wonder. No wonder Gu Yu, the second prince of the Heavenly Dynasty, dared to kill the crown prince of the Heavenly Dynasty so brazenly. So this competition had such a thing to rely on. Nonsense. When did I collude with the demons? Chi Hao, don't make irresponsible remarks. Gu Yu's face was pale. At this moment, he had guessed that Chi Hao was most likely a spy that Yan Zheng had planted beside him. But colluding with the demons was pure nonsense. Could it be that Commander Chi was the mastermind behind all this? But he had no background and no power. What was he planning to do by causing chaos in the 4 dynasties? Whether it's true or not, I'll capture you and bring you back to the Yen Dragon Imperial City. Our emperor will search your soul, and the truth will come to light. Chi Hao coldly snorted, while He-Yun lightly nodded his head. His palm abruptly shot out, clenching furiously towards Gu Yu. Although the sky demon's vassal was terrifying, it was not fully formed yet. Moreover, once this vassal force was exposed, it would definitely become the common enemy of the Azure continent. In this case, he had nothing to worry about. After all, someone had to be responsible for Yen Zheng's death. This was the opportunity for Guyu, or the Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty, to unify the four dynasties. No. Faced with the attack of a 7th grade Saint Realm expert, Guyu did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as the palm fell from the sky and confine the space, enveloping his body. Beep. The son of destiny has lost all hope, and his heart is filled with despair. Congratulations to host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. However, at this moment, a rapid buzzing sound came from the void. Then, a tall figure broke through the void and blocked Guyu's path. It was a terrifying, demonic figure that was 10 feet tall. He was clad in battle armor and was surrounded by the aura of death. His face was covered by a silver ghost mask. He clenched his fist and punched out, shattering Hiyun's attack in an instant. As for his body, he was also sent flying several meters away. However, he was not injured in the slightest. However, for some reason, Guyu felt that the aura of death on this demonic figure was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the same as the Supreme Corpse Demon in the Supreme Secret Realm back then. Demon. Hiyun and Qi Hao looked at each other, fear flashing in their eyes. Before they could react, the demonic figure had already rushed to Guyu's side, grabbed him, and fled madly into the distance. You are indeed colluding with the demon. Guyu, let's see where you can run to. Hiyun coldly shouted, just as he took a step forward and was about to chase after the two. Demonic clouds once again gathered above his head and pressed down on him. Damn it, this demon has an accomplice. Hiyun's expression turned cold. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop the demonic clouds. At this moment, he could feel the aura of a 4th grade Saint Realm expert flashing in the depths of the demonic clouds and fleeing into the distance. Trying to escape? Commander Hao, you go after Guyu. I will go after this demon. Hiyun didn't hesitate at all, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A look of hesitation appeared on Qi Hao's face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and slowly chased after Guyu. Senior He, you think too highly of me, don't you think? I am only a 1st grade Saint Realm expert. The Crown Prince could probably kill me if he used all his strength. You want me to chase after the demon? You saw it. I did chase after him. But what can I do if I can't catch up? After all, Guyu's collusion with the Sky Demon was confirmed. With Hiyun and Hiyun's testimony, the Emperor had no choice but to believe it. Buzz! The sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the void thousands of miles away. However, even though Hiyun was a 7th grade Saint Realm expert, he could only feel the demonic aura in the distance and disappear instantly. How is this possible? Damn it! Hiyun was stunned. A wisp of fear flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not dare to stay any longer. He summoned the Yen Dragon Guards and rushed towards the Yen Dragon Empire. He had to report everything that happened in the city to the Emperor as soon as possible so that he could make a decision as soon as possible. Chapter 1082. In the realm, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Shi Patian and Xiong Huan stood quietly behind him. In front of them, Guyu looked confused and frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that the figure in front of him was very familiar. Prince Guyu, how have you been? When Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Guyu gently, the latter's eyebrows twitched and his mouth opened in disbelief. Young master, what are you doing here? Could it be? Guyu's eyes were filled with shock. She suddenly bowed towards Ling Xiao and said, Thank you, young master, for saving me from the devil's hands once again. Even now, Guyu still couldn't figure out why Lord Ling Xiao had such a powerful demon by his side. But it didn't matter. With young master's sacred name, as long as he stood by his side to prove his innocence, even if the flame dragon emperor came personally, what could he do? Looking at the grateful figure in front of him, the corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a smile. The reason why he ordered Xiong Huan to attack at the last moment was to confirm that Gu Yu didn't have any other life-saving trump cards. Now, it seemed that the second prince of the divine dynasty was a turtle in a jar. Seal his spiritual power and keep an eye on him. Ling Xiao said indifferently and turned to leave before Gu Yu could get up. Hearing this, Gu Yu's expression almost froze again. In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something. When he looked at the black-robed figure again, there was nothing but fear in his eyes. Beep! The destined child's Tao heart has been shattered. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Zhao's expression was calm and he suddenly disappeared. What? Why didn't he kill Gu Yu to prevent future trouble? Did you forget that the key to opening the seal of the 4 dynasties is the blood essence of people with emperor bloodlines? Although Gu Yu's cultivation was not on par with Jin Yan's, he was still a prince of the divine dynasty. It should be enough to stuff him in, right? The spirit god realm was completely shaken. In just one day, the news of Yan Zheng's death had spread throughout the 4 dynasties. All the clans and powers fell into a state of terror. Obviously, they'd expected that this region would fall into a storm of blood. At this moment, outside the soaring dragon city of the Flame Dragon Imperial City, Ling Xiao stood on the peak of a green mountain with his hands behind his back. He held a divine sound transmission talisman in his hand as he raised his head to look at the lofty ancient city that towered into the clouds in the distance. Just now he had sent a letter to Qin Qingshan, asking him to lure the gone Heaven Divine sect here to collect the blood spirits and find the Sky Yin underworld disk. This way, when the Flame Dragon and Gulin fell into a chaotic battle, he could secretly break the seal of the 2 dynasties and seize the underworld disk. By the time the 2 dynasties reacted, it would be too late. By then, as the young master of the Ling people, he would order the Wu Go Dao body to personally lead the Black Demon Guards to quell the chaos. At the same time, he would capture a few disciples of the divine sect and hand them over to the people of the 4 dynasties to check their divine souls. This would make the world believe that all this was caused by the divine sect. Once the conspiracy was exposed, the Holy Infant would definitely speed up the process and activate the blood sacrifice array. Ling Xiao would then be able to find the divine sect and kill this evil demon for the world. Everything was under his control. Do you think this is the end? Childish. Since the demon's traces have been exposed, the experts of the 4 dynasties will definitely be terrified. Don't worry. As the young master of the Taigu Ling people, how can I sit back and do nothing? As long as I show the slightest intention to protect the 4 dynasties, these people would scramble to submit to me. In order to prevent the other immortal forces from panicking and searching for the sky demon by hook or by crook, Ling Xiao purposely left the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty's underworld disk behind. As long as this evil treasure did not fall into the demon's hands, what was there to worry about? As for the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty, this divine dynasty not only opposed the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty, but also had the ambition to dominate the 4 dynasties. As soon as the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty made a move, they naturally would not sit back and watch the ancient Lin Divine Dynasty be destroyed and swallowed by the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty. The human heart, was greedy by nature. The Black Tortoise Crown Prince had been coveting Jin Han, for a long time. In this chaotic situation, Ling Xiao only needed to give him some pressure, and this 300-year-old bootlicker would obediently fall into the trap. What does the chaos of the 4 dynasties have to do with me? Once the fortune is in my hands, my holy name will be praised. Wang. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering how to make the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty feel pressured, a demonic brilliance suddenly surged in the realm. Thousands of miles of demonic clouds covered the heaven and earth, and layers of demonic shadows appeared in the sky. An infinite amount of demonic energy rolled out. Inside the demonic energy, there seemed to be a beautiful figure stretching her waist. For some reason, she exuded a sense of seduction. Ling Xiao's face bloomed into a smile. With a thought, the shadow appeared in front of him and bowed to him. "My lord." "Not bad." Ling Xiao nodded slightly and sized up the shadow. 6th grade Venerable Realm. Although this Huanma was still some distance away from the peak, at this juncture, she was the most suitable person to set up the 4 dynasties. Shadow, choose a few secret guards and sneak into the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty. When the time is right, spread the rumor that after the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty destroyed Gulin, they will gather the forces of 2 dynasties to attack the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty. In the end, with 3 dynasties in hand, they will destroy the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty and unify the 4 dynasties. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then he seemed to have thought of something. Although the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty is domineering and will most likely take this opportunity to conquer the Spirit God realm, just in case, go to the vicinity of the Flame Dragon Emperor Palace and keep an eye on anyone who might be sending messages to the other 2 dynasties. If there is any movement, send me a message. Yes. Stacked Shadow bowed and disappeared. According to Ling Xiao's guess, Yan Zheng was dead, and the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty's inheritance was broken. Under such circumstances, they would most likely fight with their backs to the wall to seize the hegemony of this realm. Otherwise, even if they destroyed Gulin and suppressed the Sky Demon's vassal, it would be meaningless even though they had obtained the supreme holy name. If this continued for another 1,000 years, the dynasty would definitely decline. After all, a monstrous genius like Yan Zheng would not appear easily. Of course, since it was just a guess, he had to be prepared. With Shadow watching the Emperor Palace closely, even if the Flame Dragon Emperor did not have the guts to send messengers to the Black Tortoise and Golden Crow realms, Ling Xiao could intercept them midway, just in case. In the worst case, the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty had the sound transmission treasures of the other 3 dynasties. Once the Golden Crow realms received the news, Ling Xiao would know and respond accordingly. With all the chess pieces in place, he only needed to wait quietly. When the experts of the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty came out, he should prepare to seize the underworld plate that was sealed in this dynasty. At the same time, in the Flame Dragon Emperor Palace, many figures with terrifying auras were sitting in the hall. In front of the hall, Hiyun and Qi Hao were kneeling on the ground in fear, their hearts filled with the desire to die. The 2 of them were the guards of the Crown Prince, Yan Zheng. Now that the latter had died in the ancient Lin Divine Dynasty, this crime was unforgivable. "Are you saying that the 2nd prince of the ancient Lin Divine Dynasty colluded with the Demon Emperor and killed Jin?" asked a majestic middle-aged man sitting on a golden chair. He was dressed in an imperial robe and looked dignified. Around his body, raging flames swept out. His eyes were also filled with monstrous divine flames, filled with boundless killing intent. This person was the Flame Dragon Emperor, the true overlord of the 4 dynasties, the Flame Emperor Temple. Chapter 1083. That's right, Emperor, that's not all. Guyu is ambitious and wants to collude with the Sky Demon to destroy the 4 dynasties and steal the items sealed in the 4 dynasties. Below the hall, Qi Hao's entire body trembled. At this moment, he felt a strand of heavenly might descend with a bang, and it almost crushed him on the spot. "You don't know what's good for you. Where is Guyu?" "Senior, he and I had originally trapped him. Unexpectedly, at the final moment, a great devil appeared and rescued him. You saw everything with your own eyes." The Emperor Yanlong's eyes were gloomy. Qi Hao kowtowed and said, "It's true. Senior, he and I saw everything with our own eyes. If there is any falsehood in my words, my soul will be destroyed and I will never be reincarnated." "Good. Since that's the case, Let me see which great demon has the guts to protect the sky demon and wreak havoc on the world." As soon as he finished speaking, a soul light suddenly bloomed in the Emperor Yanlong's eyes. Before Yan Hao could react, he felt a heavenly might suddenly fall and sweep into his soul sea, shattering his soul consciousness completely. Burp. It was a pity that Commander Hao, a dignified Saint Realm expert, had surrendered himself to the enemy, yet his spirit was instantly destroyed, and he was reduced to a retard. How is it? Beside the Emperor Yanlong, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly opened his eyes. The space of the entire palace shattered in an instant. Vaguely, a flame dragon appeared in the sky and stood in the clouds, looking down on the world. This was the only heavenly supreme patriarch of the Yanlong divine court, Yanlopa. However, unlike Jinyang, the flame dragon ancestor's qi and blood were vigorous, and his vitality was at its peak. Every move he made contained a supreme power, and his strength could suppress the 4 dynasties. He was a 3rd-grade, heavenly sovereign. Patriarch, this person is right. Gu, you did collude with the sky demon. This demonic sect is called the Gone Heaven Divine Sect. The Emperor Yanlong got up and bowed. When he looked up again, his eyes were bloodshot. Patriarch, the ancient Qilin divine court is seeking its own destruction. Patriarch, please give the order to conquer this dynasty. This is a serious matter. We can't be careless. The flame dragon ancestor shook his head slightly, with a hint of seriousness between his brows. For some reason he felt that Gu Yu was being too arrogant. Was he really not afraid of Yanlong's revenge and dared to kill Yanzheng in public? Or was this all part of his plan? He had been waiting for the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty to attack Gulin so that he could collude with the Demon Society and destroy the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty? Ancestor, are you worried that the Gone Heaven Divine Sect will join hands with the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty? Emperor Yanlong took a deep breath. Old Ancestor, if this sect is really not afraid of our dynasty, I'm afraid that Yanhao and Hiyun will not be able to escape. I think that no matter how cautious the Gone Tian Holy Sect is, they would not have expected that Yanhao is a spy that our dynasty placed beside Guyu. Now that Yanhao's identity has been exposed, if we hesitate, the ancient Qilin Holy Dynasty will be prepared. Why don't we take this opportunity to attack the ancient Qilin Imperial City and catch them by surprise? You mean? Ancestor Yanlong frowned and thought for a while before nodding. That's right. Just now he thought that Guyu was being too arrogant, but he neglected one point. Yanhao already knew that this person was colluding with the Demon Society. If not, the battle between the two of them would be unpredictable. Even if Yanlong was furious, he would not easily start a war between the two dynasties. In the end, this matter would most likely be left unsettled. Once Yanzheng died, the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty's inheritance would be broken. The Sky Demon's henchmen would only need to wait for an opportunity to plot against that evil treasure. Not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years was just a snap of the fingers for someone like the Sky Demon. If he hesitated any longer, once the Sky Demon's wings were fully developed, it would be the real crisis for Yanlong. In that case, now was the last chance for Yanlong to unify the 4 dynasties and consolidate their foundation. As long as Gulin was destroyed, the Yen Dragon clan would be able to suppress the Black Tortoise sect with the foundation of the 2 dynasties. As for the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, they could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Once the 4 dynasties were unified, he might be able to regain control of the immortal treasure and reach the Supreme Realm. At the very least, Yanlong Divine Dynasty would have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Immortal Force. The ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty had the ambition of protecting the Sky Demon. It was reasonable for them to be destroyed. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Moreover, the current situation did not allow Yanlong to hesitate. If so, then let's fight. Yanlong Ancestor nodded indifferently. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared instantly. Pass down my order. My Yanlong army will gather and attack the ancient Qilin, divine dynasty's capital, auspicious light city. All the experts above the Saint Realm will follow me into Guilin. Huangguan, you will personally guard the imperial city and activate the imperial protective array. Do not let anyone enter the city. This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. With Yanlong ancestor's temperament, even if he had already made up his mind, he did not dare to take any risks. No matter what was the ancient Qilin divine dynasty and Gone Sky divine sect planning, he had to personally lead the battle. Even if the sky demon came, what could he do? The bigger the battle, the more likely that demon's henchmen would not dare to show themselves. After all the forces in the Azure world were looking for the sky demon. Once the Imperial Protective Array was activated, even Heavenly Supremes would not be able to break it easily. Moreover, since the Sky Demon could be severely injured by the combined efforts of the Ling people's Young Master and Young Master Shui, his cultivation and demonic aura must not be present. In this way, the 4 dynasties would be within their reach. Time is of the essence. Let's go. Yanlong Ancestor was also decisive. He took a step forward and left in a flash. Behind him, many Yanlong Sacred Realm experts also had a ferocious battle intent on their faces. Unifying the 4 dynasties was a great achievement. In the spirit god realm, there should only be one monarch clan, and that was his. Yanlong tribe. Looking at the dozens of figures disappearing into the distance, Yanlong Emperor hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still followed the ancestors' instructions and issued a decree to seal the city. At the same time, he activated the Imperial Protective Array to cover the entire Imperial Palace. Instantly, the Yanlong Divine Dynasty was stirred up. Countless war horses galloped past, kicking up a cloud of dust. My lord, 1 Heavenly Supremes and 2 Earthly Supremes from the Yanlong tribe have left the palace with 11 Saint Realm experts. But Yanlong Emperor is not included. Layered Shadow's voice came from the Soul Sea. Ling Xiao smiled brightly and strode toward the soaring dragon ancient city. From the memory of Jin Yang's Soul Sea, Ling Xiao already knew that there was only 1 Heavenly Supremes in each of the 4 dynasties. Yan Luopa, the Yanlong ancestor, had the highest cultivation, which was at the 3rd grade realm. Xuanwu ancestor was 2nd, who was at the peak of the 2nd grade realm. Jin Yang and Ancient Scale ancestor were at the 2nd grade realm, so the 2 dynasties were relatively weak. Now that all the Yanlong sovereigns had left, the Yanlong Emperor was only at the Saint Realm. Naturally, Ling Xiao was not intimidated at all. When his figure disappeared into the void and landed in the city, he looked at the golden array that covered the sky, and a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, Yanlong ancestor had left him a monarch clan bloodline. Otherwise, he would not know how to open the first seal of the underworld plate. Now, it seemed that the plot was developing according to his expectations, and there were no surprises. The 4 great dynasties should become a thing of the past. Pickled cucumber? Pickled radish? Uffed. I am still a flaming duck. Chapter 1084. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds gathered in the spirit god realm, and there was an oppressive feeling of an impending downpour. Countless ancient sects sealed their mountain gates in hopes of avoiding this calamity. At this moment, in the golden hall of the ancient Qilin god dynasty's emperor palace, a dignified middle-aged man in a golden robe frowned as he looked at the dark clouds in the distance. His heart was filled with shock and anger. He could not understand why his gentle and intelligent second son would be so reckless and childish to kill the flame dragon crown prince, Yan Zheng, in front of everyone. Moreover, if you killed him, you should at least pretend that you were no match for him. Then you could kill him before you died. That way, people would not gossip about you. However, the number 1 monster of the 4 dynasties, the 7th grade exalted realm Yanzheng, was killed by Guyu with a single slash. It was said that there was nothing left of him. Even the ancient Qilin God Emperor did not believe it. How could there be nothing fishy about this? Have you found you yet? Emperor, not yet. A middle-aged man in golden armor shook his head. His eyes trembled as he hesitated to speak. Just say it. There's no need for the both of us to hide anything. The ancient Qilin God Emperor frowned and said in a deep voice, Emperor, Yanzheng has died in our ancient Qilin God dynasty. I'm afraid the Flame Emperor Monastery will not let this matter rest. Why don't you send me to the border to prevent any changes? A wisp of holy aura surged around the middle-aged man in golden armor. He was an 8th grade exalted realm expert. If we send troops now, the Flame Dragon Crown Prince will be suspicious. The most important thing now is to find you, and ask her how she killed Yanzheng. Humph. The two of them fought a fair battle. Yanzheng's death can only be attributed to his cultivation. Boom! Before the ancient Qilin God Emperor could finish his sentence, a mighty divine aura surged from the void. Then an unparalleled murderous aura descended from the sky and destroyed the entire ancient Qilin Emperor Palace. A sea of fire appeared in the void. The terrifying scarlet color caused the entire auspicious light Emperor City to fall into a state of panic. Damn it! Who is it? Emperor Gulin was startled. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the hall. Then he was stunned to see a 100-meter-long flame dragon soar through the sky with the power to destroy the 9 heavens and crash into the imperial city. This aura, it's a heavenly supreme. At this moment, Emperor Gulin's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror and shock. He had never dreamed that the Yanlong Holy Court would be so unscrupulous. Just because of Yanzheng, the Yanlong Holy Court had sent an army to start a war between the 2 dynasties. Or could it be that the current situation was actually deliberately planned by the Yanlong Divine Dynasty, and that Crown Prince Yanzheng was merely a sacrifice? What kind of courage was this? Using the inheritance of the Flame Dragon as a wager to fight for the unification of the 4 dynasties? Yanluopa, how dare you? Buzz. In the depths of the imperial palace, an ancient and powerful aura began to awaken. Immediately after, a golden Rue Qilin phantom that looked like it was cast from gold stepped through the air. Around its body, golden scales shone with endless divine radiance. Auspicious clouds surged under its feet, and thousands of rays of light shone. Thousands of divine elephants filled the sky above the imperial city. The originally panicked crowd calmed down the moment they saw the Rue Qilin. Everyone could not help but smile, and their eyes were filled with sincerity. Many commoners knelt down on the street and began to chant. The 4 dynasties used the 4 mythical beasts as their totems. In the eyes of the people of the 4 dynasties, the appearance of the 4 mythical beasts was a miracle. However, the moment the Rue Qilin phantom collided with the flame dragon, the entire sky shattered. Countless streams of fire fell from the sky and smashed into the imperial city, setting it ablaze. Ah, I'm dead. Run. It's the end of the world. With Yanluo Po's strength, even a casual palm print could not be withstood by mere mortals. In fact, a trace of the flame power from the flame dragon was enough to easily incinerate living beings. Boom, boom, boom. The entire auspicious light city fell into chaos. Flames filled the sky, and the palace was destroyed. It really looked like the end of the world. Yanluo Pa, how dare you? In the depths of the imperial palace, 3 figures stepped through the void and stood in the sky above the temple, facing the people of the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty from afar. Behind the 3 of them, Emperor Gulin and a group of Saint Realm experts soared into the sky and stood quietly. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. They had guessed that the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty would seek revenge for Yanzheng's death. However, heavenly sovereigns had not interfered in the affairs of the human world for tens of thousands of years, let alone the 4 dynasties. At this level, the so-called power and influence had already become meaningless. Stepping on the top of the world and becoming an emperor was what they wanted. They did not expect that the flame dragon ancestor would personally lead the experts here today. Without any courtesy, they attacked with devastating force. Gu Duan, you old fart. I didn't expect you to be so useless as you live. You actually colluded with the demons. Yen Luapa stood proudly in the void. His eyes were like a sea of fire, and his scorching aura caused the space within 100 feet of him to shatter and overlap, forming countless dark ravines. Colluding with the demons? Emperor Gulin snorted, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Yen Luapa, the ancestors of the 4 dynasties, originally came from the same source. Although we have separated, why do you have to be so hypocritical? Colluding with the demons. So the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty intends to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? The 4 dynasties were guarding the spirit god realm in order to suppress the evil treasure. Even now, the 4 dynasties had the ambition to fight for hegemony, but they had never forgotten their mission. Colluding with the demons was no different from betraying the ancestors. Haha, Gu Duan, if I can show you the evidence of your ancient Lin dynasty colluding with the demons, what will you do? Yen Luape smiled eerily and looked coldly at Emperor Gulin. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? Yen Luapa, this is the ancient Lin imperial city, not your soaring dragon city. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Emperor Gulin snorted. With his cultivation level, he might not be Yen Luapa's match. But this was the ancient Lin imperial palace, and there were many methods left behind by the ancient Lin ancestors. Even if the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty had many experts, Gulin might not lose here. You want to condemn me? Yen Luapa nodded slowly. He suddenly clenched his fist, and a figure was instantly caught in his hand. It was Chi Hao, whose divine soul had been searched by Emperor Yenlong. You should know this person, right? Commander Chi. Emperor Gulin was stunned, and then his expression changed. I was really captured by you. Ha ha ha. Your ancient Lin clan is really good at acting. Forget it. Yen Luapa shook his head and smiled. In the next moment, he clenched his fist, and it turned into a ferocious dragon claw, crushing Chi Hao's head. Then, an ancient bronze mirror appeared in the void, and Chi Hao's memories flashed in it. The soul-searching mirror, this thing can't be fake, right? Ancient Lin clan, today, you must give Qing Tsang an explanation. Chapter 1085. What this is. The ancient Qilin Imperial Palace was dead silent. Intense shock and astonishment appeared on all the experts' faces. They could see Chi Hao's memories unfolding like a scroll. At first, they still felt hatred because of Chi Hao's identity as a spy. However, as the spiritual imprint appeared, Yen Zheng's expression turned solemn and fearful. In the end, Gu Yu was rescued by 2 demonic figures dressed in black robes. Even the ancient scale ancestor's face turned pale when he saw this. Gu Duan, what else do you have to say? Yen Luapa snorted. This soul-searching ancient mirror was the most precious treasure of the Flame Dragon clan. It could search through one's divine soul memories, and there was no way to fake it. Chi Hao's memories had been seen by all the cultivators and citizens in the ancient Qilin imperial city. It was almost confirmed that Gu Yu had colluded with the demon race and killed Yen Zheng. What? What is going on? Gu Duan turned around and looked at the ancient Qilin emperor. The latter was also shocked and confused. Old. Ancestor, I don't know. You don't know? You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. The ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty protected the Sky Demon and tried to steal the item sealed by the 4 dynasties. Today, the Flame Dragon clan will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy the ancient Qilin Imperial clan. We swear to fight the demon race to the end. Yen Luopa shouted angrily. All the experts in the ancient Qilin imperial clan turned pale. What? The sky demon. Even if Yen Zheng was killed by Guyu and angered the flame dragon divine dynasty, the two dynasties would at most fight and kill a few people. After a while, the matter would be settled and the flame dragon divine dynasty would forget about it. However, colluding with the demon race and the sky demon would make the ancient Qilin divine dynasty the common enemy of the Azure continent. Yen Luopa. Yen Zheng is dead and Guyu is colluding with the demon race. The ancient Qilin divine dynasty will find out the truth and give the flame dragon clan an explanation. However, you cannot speak carelessly. Protect the sky demon. How would my ancient Qilin divine dynasty dare to go against our ancestral teachings? Even though Gu Duin was a second-grade heavenly sovereign, he felt a chill run down his spine and almost died on the spot. The ancient Qilin dynasty was not even a supreme power. How could they collude with the sky demon? Gulp. If this matter were to spread out, Gu Lin would no longer have a tomorrow. Gu Duin, if you want to prove your innocence, why don't you ask Guyu to come out and see what's going on with him as a soul explorer? No matter how scheming Yen Luopa was, he would never have imagined that everything before his eyes was deliberately set up by someone. In his opinion, the ancient Qilin god dynasty would never dare to hand over Guyu. Otherwise, they would be accused of harboring the sky demon. Guyu is not in court. We are also looking for him. Emperor Gu Lin gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Since that's the case, Gu Duin, it has been 10,000 years. Let me see how much demonic power you have cultivated." Yen Luopa extended both of his hands and slowly rose into the air. Crimson flames began to swirl around his body as a deafening dragon roar reverberated through the surroundings, shaking the surroundings. It actually shattered the minds of many of the imperial palace's guards who had stepped into the realm of god emperors, causing them to fall to the ground and die. Flame, dragon battle armor, the group of ancient Qilin imperial clan's experts widened their eyes. They felt despair in their hearts. When one reached the heavenly sovereign realm, the difference between each grade was like heaven and earth. Moreover, the flame dragon imperial dynasty had 2 earthly sovereigns and 11 saints. However, the ancient Qilin dynasty only had 1 earthly sovereign and 10 saints. Comparing the two, Gu Lin had no chance of winning this battle. Activate the protective clan Grand Array and face the enemy. Gu Duin sighed softly. He still could not figure out how a mere Guyu could be related to the sky demon. However, since things had come to this, the ancient Qilin dynasty could only resist Yen Luopa and the others. They would then find a way to find Guyu to prove their innocence. Yes, old ancestor. Hearing that, the fear on the faces of Gu Lin and the others instantly dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Boom! Above the imperial palace, golden rays of light started to surge. A golden light array that encompassed the entire imperial palace appeared in the sky. The runes on the array fluctuated and evolved into countless strange phenomena. An ancient aura was revived. An illusory image of a Rue Qilin stood at the top of the sky, overlooking the common people. In the pair of bright eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, there was a dim sense of loss. Humph! You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Yen Luopa clenched his fist. A flaming saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He then slashed it at the golden light array. Boom! Boom! The void within 10,000 miles instantly shattered. An endless sea of fire covered the sky and turned the world red. Wherever the saber light passed, runes appeared. The aura of the great Tao spread. It was vast and majestic. It was as if someone was being punished. Boom! The entire auspicious light city collapsed in an instant. Under the attack of a heavenly sovereign, the physical bodies of all living beings that were not in the array were instantly shattered. Fresh blood splattered and dyed the ground red. However, Even though Yen Luopa attacked with all his might, he could not completely destroy the ancient array. Instead, the fluctuating golden light on the array forced him to take a few steps back. His aura fluctuated. Kill! Gu Duin's eyes narrowed. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above Yen Luopa. He struck out with his palm. There seemed to be tens of thousands of runes on his palm. A majestic pressure descended with an aura that could destroy the world. You're courting death. Yen Luopo's eyes narrowed. He swung his saber and instantly clashed with Gu Duin. Boom! Boom! When two heavenly sovereigns fought, even an earthly sovereign powerhouse would find it difficult to interfere, let alone a saint. Within 1,000 miles of the two, even the void was completely shattered. It turned into a black hole crack that swallowed all the spiritual radiance and light. At this moment, the dozen or so saints also clashed above the imperial palace. Spiritual power fluctuated, and the heavenly law no longer existed. Dazzling divine radiance bloomed continuously, and there was a kind of fear that made one's soul tremble. At the same time, suddenly, countless crimson-armored figures appeared at the border of the Gu Lin divine dynasty. They were densely packed and filled with murderous intent. In fact, before the Gu Lin city guards could react, they saw countless crimson-armored figures descending from the sky. They waved their sabers and slaughtered all the living beings. Blood mist-shook and spiritual treasures fell. It was a beautiful and tragic scene. In Soaring Dragon City, Ling Xiao sat in a tea house. Immortal clouds covered his face as he gently sipped his tea. He looked at the grandfather-grandchild pair, playing the pipa and singing a song on the stage. His expression was calm and indifferent. The secret guards in Auspicious Light City had already sent news. However, it was impossible for a battle of this level to end in a day or two. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to attack the Fire Dragon Emperor. After all, the most important person in this game of chess was still missing. Guyu. Chen Qingshan had already led the disciples of the Gone Sky divine sect to the spirit god territory. However, there was no evidence of collusion with Guyu in these people's soul seas. Even if Ling Xiao sent them to the ancestors of the 4 dynasties to search their souls, he would not be able to prove Guyu's crimes. Therefore, Ling Xiao was waiting for Chen Qingshan to arrive. This way, he could completely complete the game. Chapter 1086. Haha, Brother Chen is so young. I didn't expect you to be recognized by the sect master and be appointed as a commander. This time, you are in charge of everything in the spirit god realm. I am so envious. In the spirit god realm, a group of people in blood-red robes were hiding in an ancient forest in the mountains. They were looking at the countless cracks in the void with a sinister smile on their faces, especially the 4 people in front of the group. They were surrounded by a dense underworld aura. They were the experts of the Gone Sky divine sect. Of course, they were only experts of the first level of the Saint realm and 2 of the Exalted realm. The rest of the ordinary disciples were mostly in the first level of the divine Emperor realm. This time, the sect master ordered us to search for the underworld plate and collect the blood spirits. As long as we complete the sect master's mission, we will definitely be promoted. We might even be valued by the Holy Infant. One of the black-clothed young men with a cold appearance spoke indifferently, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of honor because of this so-called position of commander. Yes. However, Commander Chin, we have been searching for the underworld plate for dozens of years. You are. One of the middle-aged men sneered. Although his tone was polite, there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. I have a friend who is the second prince of the ancient Qilin divine dynasty. I got all this information from him. Now that the experts of the Flame Dragon dynasty have all come out, the ancient Qilin divine dynasty must be in a terrible situation. Commander Wang, you will lead some people to the ancient Qilin divine dynasty to collect blood spirits. Commander Shui and I will go to Soaring Dragon City to meet with the Ancient Moon Prince and see if we have a chance to obtain the Netherworld plate sealed in the Flame Dragon Dynasty. Chun Ching Shan raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He was stunned and shouted, "Commander Chin, the sect master said that I will be in charge of this operation. Remember, if you can't collect enough blood spirits before returning to the sect, you should know the consequences." Yes. Finally, Chun Ching Shan stepped forward and led the group of Gone Sky Divine sect disciples to the Soaring Dragon City. Just now, the sect master had sent a message that Folded Shadow would be in the city. Chun Ching Shan didn't even need to know the sect master's plan. He just needed to follow the orders. As for the Dream Demon Abyss Brocade, he was still in the Gone Sky Divine sect. He was in charge of monitoring the Holy Infant to prevent any accidents. All of a sudden, the Spirit God domain was completely shaken. At the border of ancient Qilin, 10 cities were destroyed in succession. Blood flowed like a river. Among them, a black-clothed figure was holding a demonic blade. Chaotic aura seemed to be covering his body. Wherever the fiery dragon warriors went, he swallowed all the blood and souls. The Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty inside the Imperial Palace. He saw a tall and sturdy figure sitting on the main seat, his square and black face surging with a wisp of seriousness. It seems like Yanlong Holy Court is determined to destroy Gu Lin this time. Emperor, recently many ancient Qilin refugees have entered our Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty. Some of them are saying, in front of the Great Hall, a Black Tortoise general had a dark expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Say what? The Black Tortoise Emperor frowned and asked coldly. He said that the Flame Dragon Ancestor has already boasted that by destroying Gu Lin, he would be able to suppress the Golden Crow, destroy the Black Tortoise, and unify the 4 dynasties. Impudent! The Black Tortoise Emperor's face changed abruptly. A heavy aura fell from the sky like a divine mountain, suppressing everything. Among the 4 dynasties, the Flame Dragon Dynasty was good at killing, especially when Yen Luapa had stepped into the 3rd grade Heavenly Sovereign level. The dynasty's prestige had reached its peak. The Black Tortoise Emperor had long guessed that the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty would have the ambition to unify the 4 dynasties sooner or later. He didn't expect that this day would come so suddenly. Yan Zheng's death was indeed an excellent opportunity. However, the Black Tortoise Emperor didn't believe that the second prince of Gu Lin had colluded with the Sky Demon. Now that the Sky Demon was still young, any force with a brain would not dare to get involved with him easily. Only those who believed in the Sky Demon's demon path would be loyal to him. Therefore, such words might be a conspiracy of the Flame Dragon Imperial family. There were many guesses in this game of chess, but no one thought that from the beginning the 4 dynasties were just prey in Ling Zhao's eyes, waiting to be slaughtered. Emperor, with the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty strength, it will be difficult to resist the Flame Dragon Imperial family. Humph! If the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty is destroyed, how much foundation will it have left? Although the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty is strong, the Black Tortoise lineage will not be afraid of them. Send someone to the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty and say the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty wants to join forces with them to resist this calamity. The Black Tortoise Emperor's eyes were deep and gloomy. What about Dalong? Ask him to lead the troops secretly and gather at the border of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty. If the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty doesn't obey, attack this dynasty. Humph! The Flame Dragon Imperial family thinks that they can destroy the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty just because they control 2 dynasties? Send a few spies to the ancient Qilin Imperial City. Once there is news, report back immediately. Now that the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty was about to fall, if the Black Tortoise Emperor hesitated and missed the opportunity, it would be beyond redemption. Yes, the Black Tortoise Emperor waited until there was no one in the hall before he stood up and walked into the depths of the imperial palace. Now it would seem like this calamity wasn't something he could resist, and only by asking the various ancestors to make an appearance would he be able to stop Yen Luopa. The 4 dynasties were in turmoil. This gamble, under Ling Zhao's scheme, became the beginning of the destruction of the various ancient dynasties. Once the gears of fate began to turn, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to stop. At the same time, in the soaring dragon imperial city, Ling Xiao held a golden talisman in his hand as he looked at the majestic imperial palace in front of him. The overlapping shadow had already turned into Gu Yu's appearance and led the gone heavenly divine sect's disciples to the imperial palace. Yen Luopa had taken away all the Saint Realm experts of the Flame Dragon dynasty, leaving only the Flame Dragon Emperor to guard this place. Although most of the gone heavenly divine sect's disciples were in the venerable realm, with Ling Zhao's secret protection, their lives would not be in danger. In that case, it was time to start reaping the fortunes. Ling Zhao's expression was gentle as he walked toward the imperial palace. At this time, Jin Yan's voice came from his soul sea. "Young master, speak. The Black Tortoise Emperor has sent people here. He hopes to join forces with us to resist the Flame Dragon dynasty. Tell them to get lost tactfully. When the Black Tortoise is exasperated, do this." Ling Xiao put away the golden talisman in his hand and disappeared in a flash. At this time, in a hidden corner of the Flame Dragon Imperial Palace, Qin Qingshan and the others were led by Gu Yu to hide in the dark. "Commander Qin, the Imperial Palace's array is terrifying. With our strength, I'm afraid we'll explode if we touch it, right?" One of the Saint Realm experts from the gone Heavenly Divine sect was shocked. Not to mention breaking the array, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear as he stood under the ancient array. "Humph, you're looking down on our second prince, Gu Yu. He said he could lead us to the underworld plate. If he can't even break this array, how can he be worthy of being the Sky Demon's servant?" Qin Qingshan sneered. At this time, his face was also covered by a ghost mask. The gone Heavenly Divine sect's disciples' faces froze, their eyes filled with shock. The Sky Demon's servant. They did not expect the second prince, Gu Yu, to be the Sky Demon's servant. Although the gone Heavenly Divine sect's sect leader and the Holy Infant were using the Sky Demon's name to deceive the world, the gone Heavenly Divine sect's disciples were not ordinary people. However, these ordinary disciples did not know that the gone Heavenly Divine sect had nothing to do with the Sky Demon. Therefore, the words Sky Demon Servant were extremely shocking to them. Chapter 1087. In a moment, I will use the treasure given by the Lord to open up a corner of this array. You all just need to head into the depths of the Imperial Palace and find the seal. I will stop the Flame Dragon Emperor with the other servants of the Lord. Stacked Shadow turned around and looked at the people behind him. In the next moment, a playful look flashed in his eyes, and a ripple appeared in the void. An extremely weak and ethereal divine aura spread out and covered the array. Then, everyone was dumbstruck when they saw that a corner of the incomparably powerful ancient formation had actually been broken. "Let's go." Stacked Shadow took the lead and stepped into the array. The group of Sky-Gone disciples followed behind Qin Qingshan with shocked expressions as they rushed into the depths of the Imperial Palace. It was only after everyone had disappeared that Ling Xiao descended from the sky and landed in front of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, there was a ghastly look on his face. In his eyes, this group of Sky-Gone disciples was just a tool to record the evidence of Gu Yu colluding with the Sky Demon. When the time was right, Ling Xiao would pry open their souls and put an end to the chaos of the 4 dynasties. All right, to save time, everyone split up and searched for the seal of the underworld disc. Once you find anything, send me a message immediately. Qin Qingshan waved his hand, and the dozen or so Sky-Gone disciples immediately scattered in all directions. He and Stacked Shadow stood in place and waited quietly. It was only when a black-robed figure walked out of the void that the two of them bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord. Let's go." Ling Zhao's expression was gentle, and his face was veiled by the clouds as he walked into the depths of the imperial palace. At this moment, he could sense that there was an extremely terrifying sealing force spreading unrestrainedly from the hall in the distance. Obviously, that was where the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty sealed the underworld disk. Boom! Boom! Soon, the Imperial Palace's Imperial Palace was filled with rumbling sounds. As the spiritual aura rippled, crimson-armored figures descended from the sky and blocked the dozen or so sky-gone disciples. What a joke! This was the Flame Dragon Imperial Palace. Even if the strongest were not here, how could a group of exalted realm cultivators barge in? Boom! In the Imperial Palace, a golden-robed figure stepped down from the sky and appeared above everyone's heads in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Yen Emperor Monastery's face flashed with shock. The protective array of the Yen-Long Divine Dynasty was personally set up by the ancestors. Even a heavenly sovereign might not be able to break it easily. But how did these rotten fish and prawns get in? Could it be that these demonic cultivators had been hiding in the Fire Dragon Emperor Palace all along? Speak. Who are you? Humph. We are the Devil Generals under the command of the Sky Demon. If you, Yenlong, are smart enough to hand over the Netherworld Plate, you might be able to protect the dynasty from destruction. In front of the crowd, the only Saint Realm expert snorted coldly. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. In the past, they had only been searching for blood spirits in secret. They had never seen such a scene. My F** king legs are starting to shake. However, the hierarch had said that if he fell into a desperate situation, he could not reveal the name of Gon Tian. If he used the name of the Sky Demon, he would be protected by the gods in the reincarnation cycle. Subordinates of the Sky Demon? The Yen Emperor Monastery frowned as he pondered. However, when he thought of Yen Zheng's death, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared. The Sky Demon was feared by the 9 heavens, but he was also the enemy of the entire world. Now that the Yen Long wanted to conquer the 4 dynasties, he needed a convincing reason. Gu Lin had colluded with the Sky Demon, which was unforgivable. If he showed any weakness because of fear, it would be the beginning of the Yen Long's destruction. The Sky Demon. They should be killed. Capture all of them. At this point, the Yen Emperor Monastery's face flashed with a hint of coldness. No matter how these people broke the array, how dare a bunch of honorable realm ants cause trouble here? Boom! A vast scarlet radiance bloomed in the sky. One by one, the Yen Dragon Imperial Guards descended from the sky with sabers in their hands. Just the sheer number of them was enough to make the Gon Tian disciples turn pale. They were on the verge of breaking down. Buzz! However, just as everyone's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, there was a buzzing sound in the sky again. A figure surrounded by demonic radiance stepped forward and appeared in front of everyone. There seemed to be a demonic sun floating in his hand. He slashed upward and instantly enveloped the hundreds of Yen Dragon Imperial Guards. The moment the Yen Dragon Imperial Guards came into contact with the demonic sun, their bodies shattered. They let out miserable screams. With sure potions means, it was more than enough to deal with a bunch of honorable realm cultivators. However, at this time, he only looked at the Yen Dragon Imperial Emperor with fear in his eyes. He said softly, "I'll hold them off for a while. You guys retreat first." My lord, the Gon Tian disciples' eyes trembled. They did not know who this person was. They did not even see his face clearly. However, just the demonic intent alone was enough to make them tremble in fear. This must be the Sky Demon servant that the second prince, Guyu, mentioned. Follow me. In the distance, another figure in red armor appeared and shouted angrily at the crowd. The Yen Dragon Imperial Emperor was stunned. Then he let out a resentful roar. Yen Bai, How dare you betray me? That's right. The figure in red armor was one of the guardians of the Yen Dragon Great Array. No wonder these rotten fish and shrimps could break the formation so easily. It turned out that there was really a traitor in the Yen-Long Divine Dynasty. At this time, seeing Shi Patian and the Yen Dragon Imperial Emperor colliding in the sky, Ling Xiao let go and threw the real Yen Bai's body on the ground. Qing Shan, do they have any talismans to contact Sect Master Gan Tian? The strongest in the Gan Tian Divine Sect is only a Saint Realm cultivator. Therefore, the Saint Realm cultivators are all commanders. They are in charge of dozens of disciples and are in charge of collecting blood spirits. There are 3 commanders who came down the mountain this time. One of them is one of them, Qing Shan said calmly as he pointed at a fleeing figure in the distance. Xiong Huan, follow this person and find a chance to kill him. Qing Shan, don't show yourself during this time. Just collect blood spirits in secret. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao finally stopped hesitating and walked towards the ancient hall in the depths of the imperial palace that sealed the netherworld disk. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Shi Patian looked gloomy as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The demonic technique he cultivated was overbearing, but his realm was much lower than the Yen Dragon Imperial Emperor's. Thus, in just a few breaths of time, he had suffered serious injuries. Buzz! At this time, a strange aura suddenly appeared in the depths of the imperial palace. The furious flame Dragon Emperor's expression froze almost instantly. Then, he no longer cared about the fleeing demonic disciple in front of him and rushed toward the source of the aura. Damn it! This group of venerables was just bait. Chapter 1088. Deep within the Fire Dragon Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the ancient and majestic palace in front of him. Demonic runes flickered in his eyes as he thrust his palm forward. Boom! Instantly, red light circulated above the palace, forming countless mystical runes. An ancient and scorching aura gushed out, forcing Ling Xiao back a few steps. The Netherworld Plate was not only a mission for the 4 divine dynasties, but also the source of their inheritance. Now that the Gan Sky disciples had fulfilled their mission, Ling Xiao naturally had to create an opportunity for them to escape and do some cruel things that would incur the wrath of both men and gods. When Ling Xiao needed them, he could suppress and control them at any time and search their souls. The Boundary Breaker Talisman was one of Ling Xiao's most precious trump cards, so he couldn't reveal it easily. He had only killed a Fire Dragon Imperial Guard and found the 4 generals guarding the seal in his Sea of Soul. Since Folded Shadow had impersonated one of them, both the Fire Dragon Imperial Guard and the Gan Sky disciples would think that he had betrayed the Fire Dragon Imperial Guard and opened the array to receive them. There was no flaw. Boom! Ling Xiao could feel the aura of a 7th grade sage stage, surging violently the moment the aura of the shrine spread out. It was rushing over at a terrifying speed from afar. Ling Xiao's eyes were calm as he turned to look at the golden-robed figure standing above him. The demonic light around him shone brightly, concealing his appearance. Demon, you're courting death. Even though Ling Xiao's demonic aura was terrifying, his aura was still not in the Saint Realm. So the Fire Dragon Imperial Guard didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he and the Patriarch had guessed correctly. The Sky Demon was still young, and the Gan Sky Divine sect was just a bunch of chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. The Fire Dragon Imperial Guard stood proudly in the air with a gloomy expression. Emperor aura surged around him, making him look like a god of fire, exuding an insufferably arrogant aura. Is that so? Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. At that moment, ripples appeared in the air again. Overlapping Shadow, Shi Patian, and Xiong Huan appeared one after another and bowed to Ling Xiao. Greetings, my lord. Among them, the overlapping Shadow descended from the sky and handed an ancient stone seal to Ling Xiao. You dare to come back? The flame Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Although the people before him were all weaker than him in terms of cultivation, for some reason he felt an extremely cold chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It was as if an invisible net had enveloped the entire spirit god realm. All of their guesses and judgments were merely controlled by someone else. How could this be? Is it done? Ling Xiao said indifferently. The three of them nodded immediately. The 4 Saint Realm experts who controlled the formation have been killed, but there are still some guards around the Imperial Palace. What? Hearing this, the Flame Dragon Emperor's face suddenly paled, and he looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. The ancient formation's power was comparable to that of a heavenly supreme expert. It was impossible for him to activate it with his strength alone. Hence, there were still 4 Saint Realm experts in the Imperial Palace, guarding the 4 corners of the Imperial Palace to maintain the stability of the formation. Similarly, once the 4 of them died, the Flame Dragon Emperor would not be able to deactivate the formation with his cultivation level. Who are you? Take him down. Ling Xiao did not even look at the Flame Dragon Emperor. He waved his hand, and a black shadow suddenly broke through the air and pounced toward the Flame Dragon Emperor. Vaguely, an extremely eerie and strange aura flowed out, imprisoning heaven and earth and sealing the void. This is... The Flame Dragon Emperor's body trembled, and the cold arrogance on his face froze. At that moment, he could see a figure with a golden ghost face appearing in the air. The palm that was coming toward him was filled with extremely terrifying death chi and corpse intent. A corpse puppet? The Flame Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically, and the flames around him instantly turned into an ancient armor that covered his entire body. Heaven and earth turned into a sea, and billowing flames swept out in all directions to destroy evil. However, in front of a heavenly supreme corpse puppet, even a 7th grade earth sovereign expert could not withstand a single blow, let alone a 7th grade Saint Realm expert. Crack! The moment Yi Zhu's corpse puppet's palm touched the armor, a crisp shattering sound quietly rang out. Furthermore, before the overlord of the 4 dynasties could react, the flame armor at his chest had completely shattered. Yi Zhu's corpse puppet's withered and strange palm directly pierced through his body and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao looked calmly at the figure hanging on Yi Zhu's body. His eyes were clear, and there were suddenly thousands of soul inscriptions in the depths of his eyes. They directly swallowed Yi Zhu's divine soul into his soul sea and destroyed it instantly. Plop! The entire process lasted less than 3 breaths of time. Even the Emperor of the Fire Dragon could not figure out how this insignificant young man had managed to control a puppet with the combat power of a heavenly sovereign. The foundation of the Flame Dragon Divine Court is in the main hall in the southeast. Go and clean it up. Ling Xiao said indifferently, holding the Flame Dragon Emperor's corpse in his hand. He walked toward the ancient hall that sealed the netherworld plate. At this time, Fold Shadow, Shirpatian, and Xiong Huan bowed and flashed toward the various golden palaces in the distance. After all, the experts of the Flame Dragon Divine Court had all left. The remaining experts in the Imperial Palace were at most Saint Realm experts. For Fold Shadow and the other 2, they could kill them with a wave of their hand. Since it was an evil spirit causing trouble, it naturally had to look like one. The ancient array of the Imperial Palace had not been broken, and no one could escape. In this way, when the Flame Dragon Emperor returned to the Imperial Palace and saw such a tragic scene, he would be extremely surprised. In the end, the name of the Gone Sky Divine sect would be thoroughly known in the Azure continent after this massacre. The crueler the evil spirit, the more righteous the person who slaughtered the evil spirit would be. When this matter was over, Ling Xiao should also prepare to destroy this evil spirit. Buzz. Just as Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the ancient hall in front of him, a divine soul fluctuation suddenly came from his interspatial ring. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. He took out a sound transmission talisman and said in a deep voice, 13th ancestor, what's the matter? Young master, a small world sealed in the Realm Lord's palace has undergone a change. I suspect that a supreme treasure will appear in it. Ling Yuanqing's voice was low, but he could not hide his excitement, now that the Realm Lord was missing. The supreme treasure that appeared in the Azure continent would not be able to escape the hands of the Ling people. Oh, what kind of change? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. This small world is a little special. It's called the world of dead souls. In it, there are several evil races and demonic sects that the Realm Lord suppressed back then. In order to prevent them from breaking through, this world is shackled at the Saint Realm. Once a supreme being expert appears, the heavenly Tao will collapse. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Ling people planted a vassal force to hide in it. According to the sect master, this world has been completely chaotic, and many demons have appeared. Spirit Qi revival? The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. Finally, he had encountered this so-called symbol of chaos. Spirit Qi revival demons have appeared, but he wondered how many leaks would appear this time. Chapter 1089. Young Master, do you want to send someone to the lower realm and release those evil sects? Ling Yuanqing smiled indifferently. The more chaotic the Azure world was, the more time it could divert the attention of the immortal forces and give Ling Xiao more time to grow. What's more, those evil sects had their ancestors killed by the Realm Lord and were suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Their hatred for the Realm Lord's palace was unimaginable. No, seal the news and don't let any forces know about this. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly, his eyes deep. Now that the world of death was in turmoil, many of the heavens will had yet to show their talents. What he wanted to do was to give them some time to grow and let them quietly stand out and amaze the world. At that time, he only needed to inquire a little, and he would know who was the leek and who was the shrimp. Naturally, it would be much easier to harvest them. In a lower realm, even if the spirit Qi was restored, the growth time of these heavens was extremely limited. Even if they had heaven-defying luck, how could they compete with Ling Xiao? Young Master, at most 1 year, the Realm Lord's palace will know about the turmoil in this small world. Ling Yuanqing pondered for a moment. According to his thinking, now that the world was in turmoil, it was the best time to take control. Although the strongest in this world was only in the Saint Realm, there was no lack of amazing people who suppressed their cultivation to avoid natural disasters. As long as such people were brought to the upper realm, their cultivation would definitely soar and step out of the shackles in one fell swoop. 1 year? That's enough. After 1 year, spread the news that this world's spirit Qi is recovering and there's an immortal creation. It's very likely that it's the secret to becoming an immortal. At that time, the Realm Lord's palace won't be able to suppress the greed of the Azure world's forces. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a scarlet color. In 1 year, with his cultivation speed, he could kill anyone in the first level of the Saint Realm. At that time, the heaven's will of the upper realm and the heaven's will of the lower realm would gather together, comparable to the Manchu Han imperial feast. Yes, Ling Yuanqing didn't say much. Out of absolute trust in Ling Xiao, he believed that the young master must have his own intentions. Ling Xiao looked at the sound transmission talisman in his hand with a sincere smile on his face. The harder you work, the luckier you are. Boom! After that, he suddenly waved his hand and smashed Imperial Monarch Flame Dragon's corpse onto a complicated totem at the center of the hall. In an instant, crimson light blossomed from the totem, and the Flame Dragon Imperial Monarch's corpse was rapidly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth as the shadow of a flame dragon appeared in the sky. At the same time, the doors of the ancient palace opened with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, Ancestor Ye's corpse puppet stepped into the hall first. Now his 2 incarnations, the pure purple Qi Dao body, were in the ancestral land of the Ling people, confusing the world. The primal chaos immortal Saint Physique held the reincarnation demonic blade and collected blood souls along the path of the fire dragon army. Although the ancient palace's seal had been broken, he still had to be cautious. Only when Yi Zhu's figure disappeared did Ling Xiao take a step forward and walk into the hall. This hall was almost the same as the one in the Golden Crow Holy Dynasty. The green stone hall was filled with the scorching power of the sun, and at the end of the ancient palace, an immortal platform was emitting bright light to seal the evil thing. Feng Ling, Ling Xiao called softly. A slender figure in a black dress suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. The divine power contained in this drop of God's blood was too vast. If the immortal had not been deceived by him and used his divine soul to suppress the power of the God's blood, Ling Xiao would have had to expend a lot of energy to seal it. However, since Feng Ling had agreed to help, Ling Xiao would not let go of such an opportunity. "Can you seal this God's blood?" Ling Xiao's eyes were full of anticipation. He had always been curious about Feng Ling's strength. That kind of strange fluctuation was different from spiritual power, soul power, and even principal power. It was extremely mysterious. I've said it before. In this world, there is no power that I can't seal. Feng Ling's expression was cold and indifferent, and before Ling Xiao could speak, she suddenly stretched out her hand. The underworld yin and sun energies that were originally intertwining in the hall suddenly stopped, and they actually began to decay and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Even with Ling Xiao's temperament, he was in disbelief. This girl clearly did not have any cultivation. How could she control such terrifying power? Feng Ling, what else is on the 9th level of the glazed ancient pagoda besides the demon bone? There is also me. Feng Ling's face bloomed with craftiness. She grabbed the god's blood and the broken underworld plate from the sky and threw them to Ling Xiao. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back." "Wait." Ling Xiao caught the 2 treasures and stored the drop of God's blood in the Ling people's ancestral token. "Haha, Feng Ling, this God's blood, there are still 2 drops. Look, don't even think about it. Do you want to fight me or not? As long as you can help me get these 2 drops of God's blood and the underworld plate, I promise I will fight you." Ling Xiao smiled gently and said in a seductive tone. Feng Ling's eyes flickered with hesitation. In the end, she snorted and said, "You said it." "Of course." Ling Xiao's smile widened. He waved at Feng Ling. However, the instant he turned around, the eyes of the young girl behind him clearly flickered with a trace of indescribable grief. Her originally innocent and flawless face had a touch of vicissitudes that did not match her age. When the 2 of them walked out of the ancient hall, a strong smell of blood rushed to their faces. They saw Xiong Huan, Folded Shadow, and Shirpatian standing quietly in front of the hall. Their eyes were calm, and they were covered in blood. "Master, the foundation of the Yanlong divine dynasty is here." Folding Shadow handed over a Qinquan bag to Ling Xiao. He looked at Feng Ling in surprise, fear in the depths of his eyes. "Lady Feng Ling, Folded Shadow, go to the Black Warrior Divine Dynasty with Feng Ling, Shirpatian, and Xionghuan. Wait for my news and seize the sealed item." Ling Xiao said indifferently, but he seemed a little worried. With a wave of his hand, Ancestor Ye's corpse puppet appeared in front of them. "Take this corpse puppet with you." "Yes, Master." Folded Shadow's beautiful eyes trembled and he bowed. "What about you? Where are you going?" Feng Ling snorted and glanced at Ling Xiao. "I'm going to the ancient Lin divine dynasty to persuade them to stop fighting. If they continue fighting, the dynasty will be gone." Ling Xiao smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared on the spot. It was best not to find a stunt double when it came to acting in person. Professionalism required an attitude. At the same time, in the ancient Lin border region, Chun Shan led a group of Gan Sky sect disciples along the city wall, collecting blood spirits along the way. At this time, the Gan Sky Divine sect's only true Saint Realm commander had disappeared. The rest of the Venerable Realm disciples were terrified. Earlier, Ling Xiao had sent a message to him, asking him to lead this group of disciples to Auspicious Light City. It seemed like this game of chess was coming to an end. Commander Qin, where are we going now? Prince Guyu sent a message saying that the Yanlong Imperial City's treasure has been obtained. You have done a great service. Chun Shan's eyes were calm as he said in a low voice, Second Prince said that Master is very happy and will reward you with a heaven-defying fortune. Chapter 1090. The Fortune of Ascending to the Heavens. The Gan Sky disciples' fearful faces were instantly filled with excitement. Lord Sky Demon's promise? It seemed like they were going to strike it rich. Commander Qin, what should we do next? The Second Prince asked us to go to Auspicious Light City and take the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty's Netherworld Disk. Once we succeed, all of you will be heroes of the world, and your names will be remembered in the Netherworld. Chun Shan's cold words instantly shocked all the disciples of Skygon, although they didn't know what kind of merit it would be to have their names remembered in the Netherworld. They knew it was awesome. Commander Qin, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Okay, let's go. Chun Shan's personality was cold, but when he saw the eagerness on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but sneer. Originally, he was wondering how his master could tolerate the Gan Sky Divine sect using the Sky Demon's name to cause trouble. But now, it seemed like retribution had come. In fact, Chun Shan had already guessed what would happen to these people and the Gan Sky Divine sect leader. What he needed to do next was to wait for his master's order and lead these Gan Sky disciples into the trap. He would fulfill his promise and send them to have their names remembered in the Netherworld. Master, this chaotic world is finally as you wish. At the same time, in the Ling people's ancestral land, Ling Zhao's Dao body stood in front of the palace with a gloomy look in his eyes. Destitute, Xiao had entered the realm and spent all his time traveling with Xiao Yuer. He didn't have the heart to cultivate at all. Xian Yuan Weiyang and Yao Guang came out of seclusion one after another. It was obvious that they had calmed down from the Xiao clan's incident. Young master, the lady at the foot of the mountain left? Xian Yuan Weiyang walked to Ling Zhao's side and looked at the foot of the mountain in surprise. Ling Zhao's Dao body nodded indifferently. Now that the 4 dynasties were in chaos and had attracted a lot of attention, some forces in the azure sky would definitely take action. It was time for him to use his identity as the leader of the azure sky righteous path to quell this chaos. Young master, why do you look sad? Is there something troubling you? Xian Yuan Weiyang's beautiful eyes were chilly as she asked curiously, with this younger cousin status, what could possibly make him reveal such a worried expression? Word has it that the Sky Demon's vassal is the chaotic spirit's divine realm. I plan to go there personally to investigate. Ling Zhao's Taoist body sighed softly. There was a sense of sadness circulating around his body. Even though it was just his back, Yao Guang, who was far away, could see the loneliness of caring for the common people. Sky Demon's vassal, spirit god realm? Could it be that this devil has his eyes on that evil treasure? You know that too. What surprised Ling Xiao was that at this moment, Xian Yuan Weiyang's beautiful face also revealed a hint of seriousness. Yes, when the evil treasure was sealed, the Xian Yuan clan was still an emperor bloodline of the human race. According to the ancestor of the clan, this evil treasure seems to be connected to another realm, where an evil race is sealed. Xian Yuan Weiyang pursed her red lips tightly. Her sudden melancholy actually made her look somewhat heroic. Connected to another realm? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Although his expression was grave, there was a hint of a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. Now it seemed that his guess was right. The Gone Heaven Divine sect was collecting blood spirits and searching for the whereabouts of the Netherworld plate. It was most likely related to this evil race, Tain Nether Chi. He wondered what this race had to do with Chun Ching Shan, the son of destiny. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's eyes trembled slightly. He had an extremely bold idea. If he couldn't find the whereabouts of the Realm Master in the end, perhaps he could force him to take the initiative to appear? That's right, young master. It's a very evil race. Xianyuan Weiyang nodded seriously. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Zhao's Taoist body's face. Then, Weiyang, shall we go and stop this evil race from appearing? Okay. Xianyuan Weiyang smiled charmingly. There seemed to be thousands of stars blooming in her eyes, especially that handsome face that was so close to her. It made her Taoist heart tremble slightly. There was an indescribable throbbing in her heart. Perhaps, even if young master asked her to personally release that evil race, she would be willing to do so. Bodhisattva, what about you? Ling Zhao turned his head and looked at the beautiful figure in a white robe not far away. His expression was gentle. Amitabha, exorcising evil is the mission of the Buddhist sect. It's my duty to do so. Yao Guang's eyes were calm like an ancient well without ripples. Around him, there was a faint golden lotus blooming, exuding supreme Buddha nature. In that case, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Ling Zhao nodded slightly and walked to the front of the Ling people's divine temple. He summoned 10,000 black devil guards, put them all into the ancient ship, and was about to rush to the spirit god realm. Young master. At this moment, Mi Dai's figure appeared from the void. She looked at Ling Zhao in surprise. Young master, where are you going? It's said that there are traces of the sky demon in the spirit god realm. I'm going to take a look. Ling Zhao said indifferently. Mi Dai smiled charmingly. Young master, that's obviously an excuse used by the Yanlong divine dynasty to destroy Gulin. There's no need for you to go through so much trouble. I'll capture the ancestors of the 4 dynasties and let you search their souls. Before Mi Dai's voice fell, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. The former was stunned. She seemed to have understood something. She smiled embarrassedly. Young master, the 4 dynasties are the taboo of Qingsong. Why don't Mi Dai go with you? No need. Ling Zhao put away the ancient ship and took a step forward. His figure suddenly disappeared. Behind him, Xianyuan Weiyang and Yao Guang bowed slightly to Mi Dai and quickly chased after Ling Zhao. The spirit god realm was located in the northwest of Qingsong, adjacent to the Shenwu dynasty. Although the situation in the 4 dynasties was turbulent, it was not the most critical moment yet. Therefore, Ling Zhao's body was not in a hurry. Instead, he took a long detour and arrived at the Immortal Phoenix territory. Previously, Gui Ying had sent a message saying that someone had entered the imperial palace at night and wanted to attack Gu Chaoxiai. However, he used a trick to expose himself and was captured by the strong cultivators of the Gu clan. It seemed that someone could no longer wait and wanted to secretly deal with Ling Zhao. In the Immortal Phoenix Palace, on the dragon throne, Gu Chaoxiai was wearing a red emperor's robe. Her face was otherworldly. At this moment, there was a hint of hesitation between her brows. She looked coldly at the 2 figures kneeling in front of the palace. You're saying that you're from the Shenwu Imperial Censorate and came to the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty to do your job? That's right. I'm afraid the Empress has misunderstood. We entered the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty to investigate a serious criminal. This person is cunning and extremely dangerous. Lord Zhang and I have searched the entire Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty but could not find any trace of him. Therefore, I suspect that he is hiding in the Imperial Palace. One of them raised his head, revealing a determined and dignified face. At this moment, there was a hint of arrogance on his face. Obviously, he was sure that Gu Chaosiai would not dare to touch him. The Xinwu dynasty was in charge of thousands of dynasties in this region. Even if the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty had the Ling people behind them, they would not dare to touch the strong cultivators of this dynasty. Moreover, the Xinwu imperial censorate had the mission of monitoring the dynasties. Any vassal of the dynasty could not stop the imperial censorate from doing their job. In other words, even if the imperial censorate killed a strong cultivator of the immortal Phoenix imperial palace, they could escape punishment as long as they showed their identity. Emperor, beside Gu Chaosiai, a woman in silver armor presented an ancient token with both hands. This is the Xinwu imperial censorate's token. Ha ha ha. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Empress Gu, can we leave now? Misunderstanding? But just as this person's voice fell, a ripple suddenly appeared above the hall. A figure in black descended from the sky. Her celestial beauty was unparalleled and her temperament was unique. There was a gentle and bright smile on her face. Chapter 1091. Grand. An immortal phoenix guard shouted angrily. Just as he was about to draw his sword, an official beside him exclaimed, "It's Master Ling Xiao." Hearing this, the guard who drew his sword suddenly trembled. He actually knelt on the ground with a plop. Grand. Righteous Master Ling Xiao. I finally meet the righteous Master Ling Xiao. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Gu Chaosiai's pretty face. She looked in surprise at the figure descending from the sky. There was a sense of pleasant surprise. Yes, just a little. You just said that it was a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Ling Xiao was dressed in black. His expression was gentle as he lowered his head to look at the two Imperial Surveillance Department members who were about to get up. At this moment, he did not emit any aura at all. However, such a calm sentence caused the two of them to feel cold all over. They almost peed themselves on the spot. Ling Xiao's name was like thunder in the ears of the entire Azure Sky realm. Regardless of whether it was his fight against the Sky Demon, his righteous act of caring for the common people, or his protection of his lover and servant, the image of the young master of the Ling people was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. The Xiao clan was a famous, reclusive, ancient clan in the Azure Sky realm. Compared to ordinary aristocratic families, the word reclusive was even more intimidating. Reclusive meant that they were mysterious and had accumulated a lot of resources. However, such a revered ancient clan had its young master killed in front of everyone a few days ago. As for the reason, it was because the young master of the Xiao clan had bullied one of Ling Xiao's servants. How ridiculous! Could it be that a lowly servant had a more honorable status than the young master of a clan? That was it. Therefore, there were already many descendants of ancient clans and immortal sects in the Azure Sky realm. They were looking forward to the day of the Lord of the Dao Heaven Palace's lecture to see if they could be fated to meet the young master of the Ling people. In fact, some saintesses from sacred grounds and ancient clans even saw the Lord of the Dao Heaven Palace's lecture as a chance to change their fates. Plop! Hearing the name Ling Xiao, the two men from the Imperial Censorate trembled and collapsed to the ground. Large beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and the panic in his eyes could no longer be completely concealed. In front of Gu Chaosiai, they might be able to rely on their status and pretend to be calm. But Ling Xiao, it was said that the crown prince of the Saint Spirit Immortal Dynasty, Ji Ering, was once engaged to Gu Chaosiai, but was killed by this young master in public? Later on, it was revealed that this dynasty was related to the Sky Demon and was uprooted overnight by the divine martial emperor himself. Also, Shi Haotian, the heaven's pride of the Shi clan, one of the 100 heroes of the human clan, had an unrivaled physical body. Just because he expressed his love for Gu Chaosiai, his body was smashed and his danci shattered by this young master, and he was sent back to the Shi clan to recuperate? If not for the Shi clan's young master, Shi Yeshuo's choice, This clan's ending might not be any better than the Saint Spirit Immortal Dynasty. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf was one of the 10 great demon lords in the extreme south. However, it was rumored that this demon lord used his own death to prove his innocence and shared his memories with the other 9 great demon lords. The reason was that the young master of this clan was suspected to be in cahoots with the Sky Demon in the Supreme Secret Realm and wanted to kill Gu Chaoxiai and Ling Xiao. Many things seem to be unrelated, but these people or forces that were destroyed all provoked Gu Chaoxiai and then offended Ling Xiao. Haha, Master Ling Xiao, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The 2 of us are from the Imperial Censorate of the Divine Martial Emperor Dynasty. We came to the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty to investigate the traces of the evil demon, not to praising the Empress. The 2 of them took a deep breath and forced down the panic in their hearts and laughed embarrassedly. As they laughed and laughed, tears actually flowed down from the corners of their eyes, not to mention the young master. Even I don't believe in such an excuse. A misunderstanding. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. Since it's a misunderstanding, words are no proof. How about this? I'll see for myself. W8. What? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. But before they could react, they saw Ling Xiao stretch out his hand and pull one of the 2nd grade Sage Realm experts in front of him. Then his eyes flickered with soul marks. Buzz. A buzzing sound resounded. The Sage Realm expert didn't even have time to react before Ling Xiao forcefully invaded his soul sea. As Ling Xiao expected, there was a seal in this person's soul sea. The slightest touch would instantly shatter his entire soul sea. Spies like this had a lot of secrets. Since someone dared to make a move on Gu Chaoxiai, how could they not have prepared in advance? Ling Xiao stopped after tasting it. He voluntarily withdrew his soul power and threw the Sage Realm expert, who was already paralyzed, to the ground. At this moment, his face was obviously a little pensive. The Divine Martial Emperor shouldn't have the guts to do this. Since these 2 dared to appear in the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty as the Divine Martial Imperial Censorate, their motives were probably not as simple as they seemed. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, many of the Immortal Phoenix powerhouses were stunned. A Sage Realm expert, although only a 2nd rank one, was captured by Ling Xiao so casually and searched his soul. This young master's strength. This is the first time. I'll give the Divine Martial Emperor Dynasty some face. If there's a next time, no matter who it is, they'll all die. Get lost. Go back and tell the Divine Martial Emperor that if there's really an evil spirit hiding in the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty, I'll send people to investigate. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and lifted his foot to walk toward the top of the main hall. Hearing this, the Divine Martial Sage, who was originally confused, was suddenly stunned. He looked as if he had been pardoned. With the help of his companions, he rushed out of the hall. Gui Ying followed them. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he used his soul to send a message. Seeing this, the Immortal Phoenix people were a little confused, but they didn't think too much about it. After all, the Divine Martial Emperor Dynasty was the most powerful force in the Azure continent. Ling people's young master was overbearing and protective, but he wasn't a murderous person. Plus, if these 2 really came to kill the evil spirit, they had good intentions. Master Ling Xiao forgave their rudeness. It was reasonable. Only Gu Chaoxiai's lips curled into a charming smile. Based on her understanding of Ling Xiao, even if these 2 were really from the Divine Martial Imperial Censorate, they wouldn't be able to escape death today. Ling Xiao let them go. Most likely he had other intentions. You can all leave. Gu Chaoxiai waved her hand and dismissed everyone. She stared at Ling Xiao playfully, as if she was waiting for an explanation. Seeing this, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He stepped out and appeared beside Gu Chaoxiai. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. My wife, why are you looking at me like that? What do you think? How would I know? Did you plant a spy around me? Or else why would you come so quickly? Gu Chaoxiai hissed. She was about to break free when Ling Xiao pressed her down on the dragon chair. My wife, I am innocent. I originally wanted to go to the spirit god region to find the evil spirit. I passed by the immortal phoenix region and wanted to see you. What you said will hurt your husband's heart. Ling Xiao smiled warmly and lowered his head to kiss her gently. Let me go, woo woo woo. Ling Xiao. I have something to say to you, woo woo woo. Ling Xiao. Gu Chaoxiai clenched her teeth, her face full of shame and anger. Just as she was about to fly into a rage, she saw that the youth in front of her had already stood up and retreated to the side. My wife, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Ling Xiao smiled and looked like he wanted to continue. Gu Chaoxiai finally took a deep breath and said coldly, I don't want to say it again. Oh, then it seems that my wife hasn't had enough. With that, Ling Xiao didn't care about the panic and anger on Gu Chaoxiai's face and pushed her down on the dragon chair again. You, shameless, woo woo woo. Chapter 1092. Ling Xiao. Let me go. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Gu Chaoxiai was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Although there was no one else in the main hall, there were guards standing outside the hall. Everything that happened here could not escape their senses. I'm afraid those two people are not from the Xinwu dynasty. Oh, how did wife see through it? Ling Xiao smiled. That's right. The Xinwu dynasty was an immortal inheritance and had a strong foundation. However, compared to the Ling people, it was still a far cry. Moreover, if the divine martial emperor really wanted to attack Gu Chaoxiai, why would he be so bold as to send experts from the Imperial Surveillance Department? Humph! If it was really the divine martial emperor, you would be on your way to the martial emperor city right now, right? Gu Chaoxiai snorted. With Ling Xiao's personality, he would not let go of such a good opportunity to blackmail her. He purposely let the two people go because he wanted to find out the real mastermind behind this. Is this the so-called telepathy? Ling Xiao nodded gently. His gaze was gentle as he reached out to touch Gu Chaoxiai's face. Stay in the Immortal Phoenix Palace for the next few days. Don't go anywhere. No matter who dares to attack you, I will not let them go. You came all the way to the Immortal Phoenix Palace just for this, right? Gu Chaoxiai's eyes trembled, but she pretended to be calm. Why don't you believe me? Ling Xiao frowned. Do I have to die like last time before you believe me? Gu Chaoxiai, there are always exceptions in this world. Wait until I find the Realm Lord and take control of the Azure World. I will summon all the creatures in the Azure World to congratulate us on our wedding. Ling Xiao waved his hand and took out an ancient scripture from his yin and yang ring. He placed it in Gu Chaoxiai's hand and walked out of the hall. This scripture is called the Emperor Dao Dragon Scripture. It's an ancient martial art. It might be useful to you. That's right, when Ling Xiao killed Jing, he had obtained this ancient reincarnation scripture. However, he had already devoured an ancestral dragon's true soul, and his dragon bloodline was naturally formed, so there was no need for him to cultivate this scripture. Since Gu Chaoxiai had chosen the Emperor's path, perhaps this classic would shine brightly on her. In this world, which woman would be able to resist such a sudden surprise? Moreover, when Ling Xiao had first appeared in the Supreme Being's remains, he had felt Gu Chaoxiai's secret concern for him. It was clear that although this great Empress Immortal Phoenix always maintained an indifferent attitude, she was actually quite worried about him in private. Sector Master, from the very beginning, was the true threat in Ling Xiao's heart. Since this person was able to suppress the Azure Continent for 100,000 years with just the immortal Devil Ancient Bell, one could imagine his talent and temperament. Now that he was hiding in the dark, Ling Xiao felt more and more afraid. However, with Ling Xiao's villainous setting, it would be difficult to find this person. However, Gu Chaoxiai was different. She was the Lady of Destiny with close to 100,000 Providence points. If she wanted to find traces of the sector master, there might be some unexpected surprises. You! Gu Chao's eyes, red, lips trembled slightly, but in the end, she did not urge him to stay. That's right. Did she really have to wait for him to die in front of her before she could let down her last guard? Sector master, huh? Gu Chao's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness, and she gripped the ancient scripture tightly in her hand. Men. Emperor. Immediately, a female general in golden armor walked over and bowed to Gu Chaosi. Bring me all the scriptures in the scripture depository regarding the sector master and the sector master's palace. Yes. Outside the immortal Phoenix imperial city, two figures fled pathetically, their eyes filled with fear and relief. They only descended from the sky after they had escaped a few hundred miles away, landing in an ancient forest. Did that Ling people's young master find anything in your soul sea? Don't worry. Both our soul seas have been set up by the palace master. How could he break it? Then why did he let us go? He's probably worried about attracting the Shinwu Empire's hatred. After all, this Ling people's young master is domineering and has already offended many clans. However, just in case, it's best that we don't return to the Shinwu Empire to avoid being captured again. Let's go directly to that lord. Sigh. All right, I didn't expect that a mere Gu clan would not be able to complete the mission even with our concealment methods. Now that we've alerted the enemy, I'm afraid Lord's plan will have to be put on hold for a while. The two of them discussed for a while, then headed in the opposite direction of the martial Emperor city. Thousands of miles in the sky, a black shadow was hidden in the clouds. A smile suddenly appeared on that sinister ghost face. There really is a ghost. At this moment, Ling Xiao was standing on a mountain far away. His expression was calm as he listened to the news sent by the ghost shadow. He was not surprised at all. However, he was curious as to who was so eager to jump out to court death. Young master. A clear shout suddenly came from afar. Xianyuan Weiyang and Yao Guang flew over from the sky. They looked at him in surprise. Young master, you've met praising the Empress? At this moment, the two women had different expressions on their faces. However, there was a look of understanding in their eyes. Yes, let's go. I'm sure the spirit god realm is in turmoil now. Ling Zhao's Taoist figure nodded indifferently. He lifted his leg and left. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Now, the entire spirit god realm was in chaos. The flame dragon divine dynasty and the ancient Qilin divine dynasty's conquest had caused tens of thousands of cultivators to die on the battlefield. On this day, the flame dragon divine dynasty's army finally reached the ancient Qilin imperial city. This ancient dynasty that had existed for tens of thousands of years was about to be completely destroyed. At this time, at the border of the Golden Crow divine dynasty, a tall and sturdy young man in black armor was looking at the imperial city from afar. There was a solemn expression on his tanned face. Behind him, there were thousands of figures in battle armor, standing quietly. Although there were not many of them, they were all emitting a strong aura of blood. Obviously, they were experts who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Dalong, why are you doing this? Just attack the Golden Crow imperial city. Won't Jin Han be at your mercy? The void beside the young man in black armor suddenly rippled. Then, figures with ancient auras stepped out from the void. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Imperial Father, although the Golden Crow divine dynasty is weak, its foundation is still there. With the flame dragon ancestor's cultivation, for days have passed and he still hasn't taken down the ancient Qilin divine dynasty. If the Black Tortoise divine dynasty attacks the Golden Crow divine dynasty, it won't end well. The young man in black armor was called Wu Kuei. He was the Black Tortoise Crown Prince, a monstrous genius second only to Yen Zheng in the four great ancient dynasties. As he was the eldest son of the Black Tortoise Emperor, his nickname was Dalong. The people of the Black Tortoise divine dynasty affectionately called him Wu Dalong. Dalong is right. In that case, you should go to the Golden Crow Imperial Palace personally. If that old woman still doesn't know what's good for her, I will personally lead the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty and the Wu family's experts to flatten this dynasty. Before martial monarch Xian, Wu could open his mouth once more. An old man in linen clothes and with a stubbled beard spoke indifferently. As his eyes opened and closed, a grand aura that shook the heavens and the earth flowed out from him. It was mysterious and unfathomable. It was heavy and majestic. Yes, ancestor. Dalong, I will go. Chapter 1093. Ha 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 ha. Is Jean Honor here? A wild laugh came from the sky above the Golden Crow Imperial Palace. Then a burly figure stepped down from the sky and stood above the palace, coldly looking at the many Golden Crow guards below. The Golden Crow, a holy dynasty, had always been the weakest of the 4 holy dynasties. Moreover, although the world did not know about the Golden Crow forefather situation, it was not easy to hide it from the top experts of the 4 dynasties. Therefore, in Wu Kuei's opinion, marrying Jean Han, him was the only way out in this chaotic world. Otherwise, the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty would not need to do anything. After the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty destroyed the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty, they would definitely suppress the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty with the power of the 2 dynasties, unifying the 4 dynasties and standing at the top. This was the common wish of the 4 emperors for tens of thousands of years. However, once the 4 dynasties were unified, someone would definitely be kicked off the throne, and no one would be willing to give up this honor. In recent years, the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty and the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty were growing stronger by the day, but they did not have a reason to invade Spirit Realm. Now, Yan Zheng's death was just right. Of course, Wu Kuei did not believe that the Flame Dragon Divine Emperor would be so bold as to kill his son. However, Yen Luopa said that the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty colluded with the Sky Demon. In Wu Kuei's opinion, it was pure nonsense and an exaggeration. How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty? Inside the Imperial Palace, countless golden-armored guards were on standby, holding their sabers horizontally. Humph, are you all blind? You don't even know me? Wu Kuei snorted coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a flaming palm print shatter the void and fall from the sky, directly suppressing his body. Boom! The void crumbled and boundless spirit light rippled. At this time, Wu Kuei's expression changed drastically. Clearly, he did not expect the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty to be so bold as to kill him before he could express his intentions. A wisp of divine light quietly bloomed. Demonic runes appeared around Wu Kuei's body, shattering the sky and turning into a turtle shell that blocked the golden palm print. Wu Kuei, do you know that flying in the air in the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty is a great crime of looking down on imperial power? A graceful figure dressed in feathered clothes slowly walked out from the divine hall. Her flawless face was filled with arrogance and indifference, especially that pair of faintly discernible slender jade legs. It caused one to feel the desire to sin, and it was difficult to shift one's gaze away. Haha, so it's honor. The anger on Wu Kuei's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by an intoxicated expression. Wu Kuei, since this is your first offense, I will spare your life this time. Scram! Jean Hayner's brows furrowed slightly. She felt an indescribable sense of disgust, especially when she saw Wu Kuei wearing a tortoise shell and sticking his head out with a vulgar smile. Unknowingly, a figure seemed to appear in front of Jean Han's eyes. That figure was dressed in black and had a peerless beauty. It seemed that since the day she met him, there were 2 types of men in the world. One was him, and the other was others. You. Wu Kuei was stunned for a moment, then he became angry. Although he was already used to Jean Han, or his insults and curses, it was different now. The lifeline of the Golden Crow, holy dynasty, was in his hands. No matter what, he had to force himself on her today. Jean, hon, you better see the situation in front of you. Do you still think you are the high and mighty princess of the Golden Crow, holy dynasty? Once the Yen Dragon, holy dynasty, destroys Gulin, the Golden Crow, holy dynasty will be next. Oh, and then Jean Han raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she did not take the Yen Dragon, holy dynasty seriously at all. What a joke! The Golden Crow, holy dynasty was no longer a dangerous dynasty swaying in the wind and rain. With the protection of the Lord Ling Shao, even the Shenwu dynasty could do nothing, let alone the Yen Dragon, holy dynasty. Then, Wu Kuei stretched out his hand and touched his big black head, a blank look on his face. Why did the plot not develop as he had imagined? Jean Han, I had always valued the inheritance of the Golden Crow, holy dynasty. Seeing that the Yen Dragon, holy dynasty, was about to attack, shouldn't she be crying and begging him to save her? Han, did you not understand what I said? The Golden Crow, holy dynasty is going to be in big trouble, but you don't have to worry. As long as you agree to marry me, I will protect you with the power of the Black Tortoise, holy dynasty. Wu Kuei puffed out his chest, and a confident smile bloomed on his face. Protect me? Just you? Get out of here before I get angry. Jean Han, said indifferently, turned around and was about to leave. Jean Han, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. To tell you the truth, no matter what choice you make today, the Golden Crow, holy dynasty, is doomed. If you don't want the Golden Crows to be destroyed, you better leave with me now. Believe it or not, I can consign you to eternal damnation with one order. Wu Kuei's face was ferocious. He still could not figure out where Jean Han got her arrogance from. Even now, she was still disdainful of him. I don't believe it. Jean Han's face was cold. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind and shone with divine light. There seemed to be flames around her, exuding supreme divinity. You don't know what's good for you. Wu Kuei gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly flashed red. He slowly raised his hand, holding a golden ancient talisman, and said in a low and cold voice, Ancestral Patriarch, we can attack the Golden Crow Imperial City now. Buzz. Just as Wu Kuei's voice fell, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the void above them. Wu Kuei was stunned. Even Jean Han looked up warily. There was a ray of golden light above the vast blue sky. It was like the sun exuding divine light. In an instant, the entire Golden Crow, holy dynasty, seemed to be bathed in divine light. Endless Taoist rhymes surged and formed divine images. In the divine wood star ocean. In the imperial city, countless cultivators and citizens began to kneel and pray. Only Jean Han, and the guards of the divine palace looked solemn. There was a faint sense of fear in their eyes. So soon? Wu Kuei was also puzzled. However, such a commotion was most likely caused by the ancestral patriarch of his clan. Every action of these heavenly sovereigns could cause a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Moreover, looking at the Tao rhymes and heavenly secrets contained in the phenomenon, other than the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch, how many people in the 4 dynasties could do it? Boom! However, just as the smile on Wu Kuei's face grew brighter and he looked up at the layers of phenomena, he saw that the void there suddenly collapsed. Then, a black shadow seemed to have pierced through the void. It descended from the sky and gently stepped on his head. Wu Kuei's face froze. He felt a huge force coming from his black head. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he fell from the sky and smashed a 1,000-foot-long crack in the square of the divine palace. Seeing this, Jean Han covered her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Amidst the dust and smoke, A tall and straight figure in black clothes could be seen standing in the distant sky. Her eyes were cold, and there was a gentle and clean smile on her peerless and otherworldly face. There was a purple aura rising 30,000 miles from the east, and the divine light covered the sun. The Taoist rhymes of heaven and earth gathered in that young man's body. Chapter 1094. Where did this little tortoise come from? Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky. Every step he took caused a trace of shock to appear on the faces of all the golden crows. Jean Han, in particular, could not hide the admiration in her eyes. Look, this is where the human race's true fortune lies. His looks are otherworldly. No, his Taoist aura is at its peak. His every move contains heavenly secrets. He has the charm of an ancient, great emperor. Young master. Jean Han blushed inexplicably. She lowered her head bashfully. I didn't hurt you, did I? Ling Zhao nodded indifferently. At this moment, he could feel that an extremely obscure but terrifying aura was slowly awakening in the depths of the Darch Palace. It was obvious that Jin Yuyang's cultivation level had reached a new level after absorbing the vitality of the Fusang ancient tree. Young master, I'm fine. It's just nothing. Thank you for your concern. Jean Han was flustered, her face filled with panic. Previously, Ling Zhao's attitude towards her had always been that of someone high up in the air, untainted by worldly affairs. Even when she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, she was humiliated and looked down on by him. Now that he suddenly showed concern, Jean Han felt an indescribable sense of honor and excitement. No wonder there had been rumors in the Azure continent recently. They said that although the young master of the Ling people was domineering, he was extremely protective of his Dao partners and followers. Jean Han had seen how protective he was of his Dao partners. Gu Chaoxiai's cold arrogance still lingered in Jean Han's mind. As for followers, it seemed that a god emperor of the Shao clan had been imprisoned and tortured by the young master of the Shao clan. In the end, Master Ling Zhao drove the profound heavenly ancient ship and led 10,000 demon guards to almost destroy the Shao clan. Now, there were rumors in the Azure continent that countless young masters of the ancient clans had vowed to work hard to recognize Ling Zhao as their master on the day of the Dao Heaven Manor Master's lecture. It seems that I don't need to work hard anymore. I'm already the young master's servant. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he looked at the shy and reserved young girl in front of him. There wasn't the slightest ripple on his face as he turned to look at the crack in the middle of the square. Suddenly, a figure crawled out with difficulty. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and there seemed to be an obvious blood mark on his head. 5,000 Providence, 7th grade of the Exalt realm. At this moment, Wu Kuei only felt dizzy and had a dumbfounded look on his face. But when he saw the bashful Jean Han not far away, the anger on his face suddenly froze. Even his mouth was agape to an exaggerated degree. He was the only one who was outrageous. Was that Jean Han, the number one beauty of the 4 dynasties who was arrogant and never put men in her eyes? What was she doing? What was with those ripples in her eyes? Wu Kuei's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the black-robed figure in front of Jean Han. It was a young man with an immortal aura and a handsome face. With just a glance, Wu Kuei's body trembled, and a strong sense of unease rose within him. However, he was just a bootlicker, not to mention an unknown young man. Even if the person standing in front of Jean Han was a supreme being, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After all, there were several supreme beings standing behind him. Just now you stepped on my head? Wu Kuei's expression was ferocious as he roared in anger. You dare to take in my maid? Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was a faint smile on his face. At this time, the layered shadow had sent news that everyone had arrived at the Black Tortoise Emperor Palace. with Feng Ling and ancestor Ye's corpse puppet accompanying them. The black tortoise emperor palaces, nether plate, and divine blood were already in Ling Zhao's pocket. Now, only the ancient Qilin emperor palace was left. However, Ling Zhao planned to use another method to obtain the nether plate. After all, once the incident in the Black Tortoise and Flame Dragon dynasty spread out, not to mention the spirit god realm, the entire Azure Sky world's attention would fall on the ancient Qilin dynasty. At that time, the Gone Sky Divine sect and Prince Gu Yu would take full responsibility for this incident. As for Ling Zhao, he would be the light of righteousness that calmed the chaos and suppressed the evil spirits. With that, what confidence did the ancient Qilin Emperor Palace that was almost destroyed by the flame dragon ancestor have to seal the evil spirit? As long as Ling Zhao expressed his desire, they would probably hand over the hot potato to him with both hands. This was the essence of the plan. There were some opportunities that were offered willingly, so as not to arouse suspicion. Your maid. Wu Kuei's expression that had just revealed a moment ago was instantly extinguished. He stared blankly at Jean Han, trying to find a trace of resentment on her face. However, there was none. In fact, there was a kind of pride and shyness. What the F***CK, this is ridiculous. The cold goddess that I've pursued for more than 100 years is now willing to be taken in as a maid, and she looks so honored. Although Jean Han was not in the sequence, she was still one of the top 100 talents. Her talent and appearance were top-notch. Who is this young man to be able to tame such a talented girl like Jean Han? Wait a minute. His hair was tied up in a black robe, and he had the face of an immortal. Could this be the legendary young master of the Ling people? Gulp. Suddenly, Wu Kuei felt a chill run down his spine. If not for his dark complexion, he would have turned pale by now. I didn't know she was your maid. Please forgive me, young master. With Ling Zhao's status, even the Shinwu Crown Prince would have no chance of survival if he provoked him, let alone the Black Tortoise Crown Prince. No wonder. This Jean Han was fearless and did not take the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty seriously at all. It turned out that she had cozied up to Ling Zhao. Snatching someone's maid could be a big or small matter. It depended on how the young master of the Ling people saw it. Forgive me? Although I, Ling Zhao, have a gentle temperament and do not like killing, I am not someone who can be humiliated by anyone. Today, you snatched my maid, and you can say that you forgive me. Tomorrow, someone will snatch my wife and concubine, right? Ling Zhao said calmly and shook his head. Wu Kuei was stunned when he heard that. Then he saw the Dao patterns in Ling Zhao's eyes surging. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled into the distance. At this moment, he could feel that Ling Zhao already had killing intent towards him. Wu Kuei was confident that with his strength, even if Ling Zhao wanted to kill him, he would not be able to. However, this was the Golden Crow Imperial Palace. Once the Golden Crow clan's experts made a move, he would most likely die. The Patriarch and the others were already on their way. He had to hurry and tell everyone that the young master of the Ling people was here. Otherwise, the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty would face a disaster 10,000 times more dangerous than now. Trying to leave? Ling Zhao stepped forward with a gentle expression. Suddenly, time stopped and the void froze. There seemed to be a sea of stars under his feet. Jean Han, Oi's smile widened when she saw that. Did you see that? This is the young master that I, Jean Han, want to submit to. With just a look, he can make these so-called peerless geniuses of the 4 dynasties flee. Young master is standing up for me. Chapter 1095. Boom! Boom! Thunderclouds were descending from the sky. Ling Zhao struck out with his palm, trapping the blue sky and destroying the heavenly Tao. Wu Kuei was surprised. He raised his head to look at the black-robed figure that had appeared above his head. His eyes flashed with terror. He could see that there were rays of light shooting out from Ling Zhao's palm. There were thousands of Tao runes on it. The void shattered layer by layer, causing countless dark and deep cracks to appear in it. Even a true Saint Realm expert would find it hard to resist the divine force contained in that palm strike. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Black tortoise, heavenly divine mark. Wu Kuei roared. The tortoise shell behind him suddenly emitted a golden light. The originally black tortoise shell turned golden in an instant, as if it was made of gold. It exuded an indestructible aura, especially the mysterious runes that intertwined on the shell. They seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, giving it a divine charm. Boom! The palm strike fell from the sky and crushed Wu Kuei's figure. The entire Golden Crow Imperial Palace was shattered, and dust rose into the air. Ling Xiao's figure landed beside Jin Han. A look of surprise on his face. At this moment, he could feel that an extremely terrifying blood qi was gradually surging from the place where the smoke and dust filled the air. Clearly, the little tortoise did not die under his palm strike. Instead, it displayed an even more powerful battle prowess. Ling Xiao did not use his full strength in that palm strike because the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's ancestors had yet to arrive. If he wanted to enrage them and control them, he would have to kill this person in front of them. However, Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind. Is this Black Tortoise Crown Prince very strong? Ling Xiao turned to look at Jin Han. The girl's eyes were watery, and her teeth were biting her red lips. She was looking at him in a daze. Young master. He's so strong. Jin Han, his body trembled when she saw Ling Xiao looking at her. She had just finished speaking when she came to her senses. Her face flushed red. Young master, you're talking about Wu Kuei? No matter how strong he is, wasn't he still casually crushed by young master? Is the bloodline of the Black Tortoise clan so tenacious? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. If the Black Tortoise lineage's defense was this strong, then he didn't need to choose this little tortoise to tame. Wouldn't it be much easier to just capture the old one? No. Young master, it is said that this Wu Dalong has awakened the Black Tortoise clan's divine bloodline, which is able to create an illusory natal heavenly armor. Even a saint would find it difficult to break through its defenses. Jin Han shook her head. However, when she saw the sinister smile in Ling Xiao's eyes, she felt a chill in her heart. She didn't know why, but even though she was standing right beside Ling Xiao, she always felt that this young master was as different as heaven and earth from her. Wu Dalong, Puchi, you should take your medicine. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and cold. Through the thick smoke and dust, he looked at the figure that stood up in a sorry state. At this moment, Wu Kuei was bathed in blood. Although his aura was weak, there were streaks of blood patterns on his golden shell. These patterns were ancient and complicated. They were like living creatures that had devoured the spiritual power in his hand seal. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that the tortoise shell had become more tenacious and heavy after devouring the spiritual power. In other words, if he couldn't kill Wu Kuei quickly, he would be killed by him in the end. In this case, if this tortoise shell... No, if he refined Wu Kuei into a magic treasure, wouldn't its power be terrifying? Moreover, Wu Kuei was only at the Venerable Realm now. Once he broke through to the Supreme Being Realm, my spiritual treasure has a life of its own and can be upgraded? What? You're asking how to make Wu Kuei obedient and cultivate with all his might? I have countless elixirs from the Hall of Medicine. Even if I feed him, it will be enough for him to break through to the Supreme Being Realm. Do you believe me? Puchi. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Wu Kuei looked at the two figures not far away with a ferocious expression. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was surrounded by guards. It would be almost impossible for him to escape. However, just as Wu Kuei was frowning and trying to come up with a solution, he saw a gentle smile on Ling Xiao's face. And this smile actually caused a true sense of death to emerge from the bottom of his heart. Before Wu Kuei could react, Ling Xiao took a step forward. His figure pierced through the void and appeared in front of Wu Kuei. At this moment, Wu Kuei could feel that there were countless powerful auras descending from the void. Obviously, the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts had arrived. No, Wu Kuei's lips trembled. The words that reached his mouth turned into a desperate roar. For some reason, as he watched the peerless figure in black gradually approach, the Black Tortoise Crown Prince didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting, especially the two black moons in Ling Xiao's eyes. They were like the deepest abyss in the world. Once his gaze fell, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Stop! Suddenly, an angry roar resounded in the sky. However, just as the Black Tortoise ancestor stepped out to stop Ling Xiao, a loud and clear cry rang out from the depths of the imperial palace. Then a towering divine flame rose into the sky and burned the void. A golden figure stepped out from the horizon. She stretched out her jade-like hand and pushed back the thousands of Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts. Pucci, even the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor, a 7th stage Saint Stage expert, was sent flying while vomiting blood. The Black Tortoise ancestor's eyes trembled. He clenched his fists and collided with the jade-like hand. Boom! The blue sky exploded. The divine power of golden flames swept across the world and destroyed the sky. The Golden Crow Imperial Palace shattered and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure finally arrived in front of Wu Kuei. The soul light in his eyes suddenly shone brightly, intertwining into a seal and falling on Wu Kuei's soul sea. Brat, how dare you! The Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts were stunned. Then they shouted angrily. However, the moment they finished speaking, the divine soul attack had already disappeared in an instant. It shattered Wu Kuei's soul sea, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in a miserable state. However, the strange thing was that Wu Kuei's vitality was not extinguished. It was just that the light in his eyes had already dissipated. He had been turned into a retard by Ling Xiao's seal. You're courting death. Jin Yang, how dare the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty cripple my crown prince? Today, I'll bury your entire lineage with him. The Black Tortoise ancestor roared angrily, and the supreme aura on his body slowly recovered. How could a heavenly sovereign who was at the same level as him make the Black Tortoise ancestor fearful? On the other hand, the young man who had crippled Delang was rather extraordinary. However, just as the Black Tortoise ancestor was muttering to himself, Jin Yang's face curled up into a cold smile. Then her aura suddenly began to rise. Boom! The vast heavenly aura stirred the clouds in the divine dynasty and turned the world upside down. Tribulation clouds gathered thousands of miles away. Wind and lightning flashed, and there was an inexplicable sense of annihilation. Third grade, heavenly sovereign. The Black Tortoise ancestor and the rest of the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts' faces changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. It should be known that the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty had dared to attack Guilin so recklessly because their ancestor, Yanluopa, was the only 3rd grade heavenly sovereign in the 4 dynasties. Even if it was only a difference of 1 grade, it was a world of difference in the peak realm. How could it be? How could Jin Yang suddenly break through to the 3rd grade realm? Chapter 1096. Gulp. Heaven and earth fell silent. The Black Tortoise experts all had complicated expressions on their faces. It was as if they had walked right into a trap. That was ridiculous. An old woman who was nearing the end of her lifespan had broken through to the next realm before the fall of the Divine Dynasty? Do you think you're the chosen one? How dare you break through before you die? Humph. Jin Yang, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the next realm. What did my great-grandson, due to be beaten into a retard by the Golden Crow divine dynasty. If you know what's good for you, kill that young man first, and then we'll talk. The black tortoise ancestor snorted and looked down at Wu Kuei, who was rolling on the ground with a silly smile on his face. His eyes were cold. The black tortoise divine dynasty had two earthly sovereigns. The Golden Crow divine dynasty only had one earthly sovereign. Even if the two dynasties were to fight, Jin Yang, who had just broken through, would not be able to change the situation. The battle between the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty and the Ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty was coming to an end. Once Yen Luo killed the Ancient Qilin Divine Ancestor, the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty and the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty would be next. At this juncture, the Black Tortoise Ancestor did not believe that Jin Yang would dare to make an enemy out of him. However, what surprised the Black Tortoise Ancestor was that Jin Yang only smiled and shook her head. She descended from the sky and stood in front of the young man in black. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Black Tortoise experts, she bowed down to the young man. "Young master." "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and stepped on Wu Kuei, who was crawling on the ground. He looked up at the Black Tortoise Ancestor and said, "He stole my maid. Is that reason enough?" At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice was extremely calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But it was this calmness that made people feel even more fearful and unfathomable. "Who is he?" "You." The Black Tortoise Ancestor's lips trembled. He did not dare to spit out the harsh words that were on the tip of his tongue. He had thought that the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty was so arrogant because Jin Yang had broken through to the next realm. They thought that they were qualified to compete with the Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty. However, it seemed that the young man was the key to the Golden Crow Holy Dynasty. Could it be that Jin Yang's breakthrough was because of this young man? Otherwise, why would a heavenly sovereign bow down to a young man? "Who are you?" "Did you just say that you will definitely kill me today?" Ling Xiao shook his head with a gentle expression. "I'll give you two options. You can either submit or die." "What?" The Black Tortoise Ancestor's expression changed drastically. Arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. How could a young man in the venerable realm ask the patriarch of the Divine Dynasty to submit to him? Even the young master of the Realm Lord Palace, the young master of Ling people, probably did not have such qualifications. Impudent! Emperor Xian Wu shouted angrily. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Jin Yang frown and directly thrust out her palm. Buzz! The void trembled as an extreme aura of the great Tao began to rise. A blazing divine seal crushed the void and pressed down on Monarch Xian. The saintly aura on the latter's face had not yet dissipated, but it turned into a strong sense of fear. "Patriarch, save me!" "Jin Yang, do you really want to fight with me?" The Black Tortoise Ancestor's eyes widened as he took a step forward and blocked the palm print. Around him, wisps of divine light bloomed and connected out of thin air, turning into the phantom of a demonic beast that exuded an extremely ancient and terrifying aura. Boom! However, the moment the palm print fell, even the Black Tortoise Ancestor's body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with extreme horror. His face turned red, and the aura in his body surged crazily, completely solidifying the Black Tortoise true shadow. Even so, a trace of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. How could it be? Although he had been careless just now and did not take Jin Yang's casual palm print seriously. However, even if it was Yen Luopa, it would not be so easy to hurt him. What secrets were hidden in Jin Yang's body? How could her cultivation have broken through to such a level in such a short time? The Fusang Divine Tree was originally the ancestral spirit of the 9 heavens. Moreover, the Golden Crow bloodline had a very deep relationship with this tree. Not only did the divine tree allow Jin Yang's cultivation to enter the 3rd grade, but it also transformed her bloodline and gave her the true demonic aura of a crow. Buzz. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking in the void in the distance. One by one, figures with powerful auras stepped from the sky and stood behind the black tortoise ancestor. These 1,000 people were the true war generals of the divine dynasty, and the weakest among them had already entered the honorable realm. In front of the crowd, 2 old men appeared from the void. Their auras were vigorous, and they were clearly 2 earthly sovereigns. Just now, the black tortoise ancestor had led a group of saints to descend, intending to intimidate the Golden Crow holy dynasty without shedding a drop of blood. After all, once these 1,000 people were displayed, it would be a clear provocation. However, he did not expect Jin Yang to be so ruthless and use a real killing move. Humph! Jin Yang, you have to think carefully. Seeing that the crowd had arrived, the black tortoise ancestor's face immediately turned cold. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked indifferently at Jin Yang and the tall and straight youth in black. Did I not make myself clear? Ling Xiao raised his head. His eyes were clear, and there seemed to be doubt between his brows. Humph! Young man, no matter who you are, since you dared to cripple my black tortoise-crowned prince today, leave your life behind. The black tortoise ancestor took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand. However, just as he was about to give the order to attack the Golden Crow holy dynasty, the sky above his head suddenly darkened. The entire Golden Crow holy dynasty fell into the night. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Then they slowly raised their heads and looked up. There they saw a huge ancient battleship crushing the void, as if it had come to end the era. That deep and terrifying aura almost made the black tortoise ancestor's face turn pale instantly. This is the mysterious heavenly ancient battleship. It's the mysterious heavenly ancient battleship of the Taigu Ling people. How can it be? Why would the Taigu Ling people suddenly come to the spirit god realm? When the black demon guards go to war, not even a blade of grass will survive. It is said that when they appeared in the Shao clan, they destroyed an entire realm. Nonsense, this is simply a rumor. It's clear that he wiped out 10 realms. Exclamations of shock rose and fell. Even Jin Yang and Jin Han. Er's beautiful eyes flickered with a wisp of shock. Everyone in the azure sky world knew about the mysterious heavenly ancient battleship, but no one had truly seen it before, because almost everyone who had seen it was dead. It was rumored that this battleship was thousands of feet long and could travel through time and space, destroying the universe. It was the symbol of the black demon guard's divine might. But suddenly the black tortoise ancestor seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the youth in black below with fear in his eyes. At that moment, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, but the sinister look in his eyes was like the true evil of hell. Gulp. Chapter 1097. Don't tell me you are Master Ling Xiao? The black tortoise ancestor's eyes trembled and his face turned pale. Everyone in the Qing Tsang continent knew about the young master of the Ling people. Even the reclusive ancient clans and sects knew that the Ling people had a young master named Ling Xiao, who was unparalleled in the world. However, why did he suddenly come to the spirit god realm and have something to do with the Golden Crow? The black tortoise ancestor felt a chill in his heart. His body tensed up, and his soul consciousness covered thousands of miles. He was very afraid that an ancient order would suddenly appear in the sky and kill him on the spot. When Ling Xiao was born, the scene of a supreme being of the Ling people killing ancestor Yi from thousands of miles away was engraved in the hearts of countless heavenly sovereigns in the Qing Tsang continent. Such a celestial aura could be called a demonic barrier, and it made everyone who offended Ling Xiao unconsciously feel fear. Kill! Seeing the panic on the black tortoise ancestor's face, Ling Xiao's eyes did not waver, and he only spoke calmly. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and divine light bloomed around the 10,000 demon guards. They were densely packed and looked like a single entity. Layers of killing intent gathered in one place, and it was as if an ancient demon god had awakened from a deep sleep with boundless battle intent. Even the black tortoise ancestor and the other two heavenly sovereigns were trembling. When they lowered their heads to look at Jin Yang, their eyes suddenly flashed with panic. At that moment, the golden crow ancestor took a step forward, and 1,000 feet around him was engulfed in divine flames, turning into a sea of fire that covered the sky and earth. The deep and brilliant demonic flames were filled with an extremely violent and destructive aura. Even a Saint Realm cultivator would be burned to ashes if they were to touch even a wisp of it. Kill! The 10,000 demon guards shouted angrily and held their halberds horizontally. The grand aura of slaughter rumbled as it descended, and it transformed into a 300 m long demonic halberd that swept through the surroundings and cleared the surroundings. Wait a minute. Seeing the halberd and flames fall, the last trace of hesitation in the black tortoise ancestor's eyes disappeared, and he immediately shouted angrily. A third-grade heavenly sovereign was already a huge threat to the black tortoise. If they offended Ling Xiao now, the black tortoise divine dynasty would be completely destroyed. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao gently raised his hand. The descending demonic halberd of fighting will immediately stopped in the air. Jin Yang's footsteps also stopped. Master Ling Xiao, the black tortoise old ancestor, took a deep breath and bowed towards Ling Xiao. I didn't know that young master was here today. My dynasty's crown prince forcefully snatched eldest Princess Han. And he truly deserved to die. Just now, this old man spoke inappropriately and offended young master. This is also an unforgivable crime. However, I heard that young master is a righteous person. I hope that young master can give him a way out and forgive Black Tortoise. Wu Chong will definitely remember young master's kindness. When the sky demon descended, I came here to slay it. I didn't expect your Black Tortoise divine dynasty to be so arrogant. Not only did you snatch my maidservant, you even want to kill me here. This is really an eye-opener for me. Ling people have never used their power to bully others, but when the world bullies me, it is unforgivable. Ling Xiao's tone was calm, but the words he said made the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts' faces turn ugly, and they felt guilty. The young master's righteousness was known throughout the world. Now he came here to slay the Sky Demon, but he was repeatedly humiliated by the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's experts, not to mention the Ling people's young master. Anyone with a backbone would not be able to swallow this resentment. Young master, my Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty is willing to offer 100 spiritual treasures and 10 cultivation techniques in hopes of appeasing young master's anger. The Black Tortoise ancestor's real name was Wu Chong. He was the only expert among the 4 dynasties who could contend against Yen Lapa. However, when facing the young master of the Ling people, there was no trace of arrogance on his face. Compared to the Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon's vassal hiding in the dark, the young master in front of him was the truly terrifying existence. I've said it before. Submit or die. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly, his expression cold. 100 spiritual treasures? 10 cultivation techniques? Ancestor, your dynasty is gone. Ancestor, why don't we submit? With young master here, the Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty won't dare to act rashly. The Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty was facing a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't here, Jin Yan alone was enough to make them suffer heavy losses. So, what could they use to contend against the Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty? This, Wu Chang's mind raced, especially when he saw Jin Yang's respect for Ling Xiao and her inexplicable breakthrough in her cultivation. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Then he gently nodded and descended from the sky, standing in front of Ling Xiao. The Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty is willing to be a vassal of the Ling people. Old ancestor, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I'm saying is that you'll be my servant, not my subordinate. Ling Xiao smiled warmly, but it caused Wu Chong to be stunned. His lips trembled slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Rejecting him now was no different from courting death. However, as a heavenly sovereign, he had been reduced to a servant. It was simply a great humiliation. Wu Chong, submitting to the young master might be a turning point for your immortal path. Jin Yang said indifferently, but the meaning behind her words was obvious. At this moment, she was basically telling this Black Tortoise ancestor that her breakthrough was due to the young master's grace. Good. Wu Chong is willing to submit to young master. In the end, the Black Tortoise ancestor nodded silently. Sure enough, some people were born to be above everyone else. And some people, no matter how hard they tried, still couldn't escape the evil thoughts of the world. The great Tao is just. What a joke. Open your soul, see. Don't resist. Ling Xiao used his divine soul to send a message. There seemed to be tens of thousands of soul runes in his eyes that instantly sank into Wu Zhong's soul sea. Hum! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Wu Chang's face suddenly showed a look of confusion. Then he felt an inexplicable divine power controlling his mind. Emperor. Ancestor. Not good. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the void in the distance. A figure in battle armor flew over from the horizon. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. The Black Tortoise Emperor's heart thumped. With a face of shock and anger, he said, "What happened?" "Emperor, a demon barged into my Black Tortoise Emperor palace, broke the seal, and took away that divine item." "What?" The Black Tortoise Emperor's face turned pale. He turned to look at Wu Chong with a fearful expression. "Ancestor, what happened?" Ling Xiao frowned slightly. His expression was solemn. "Young master, a demon broke the seal of my Black Tortoise Emperor palace and took away that evil item while we were here." Wu Chong sighed softly. He already had a guess in his heart. Most likely, the rumors that were circulating in the Black Tortoise Emperor palace these few days were spread by someone on purpose. Their goal was to lure everyone to attack the Black Tortoise Emperor palace and get a chance to snatch the treasure. At that time, the Black Tortoise Emperor palace and the Black Tortoise Emperor palace would both be injured, and they would be able to reap the benefits. What a vicious plan! However, the Black Tortoise Emperor palace had no choice but to send out all the Flame Dragon Emperor palace's experts. "Evil item? Tell me the ins and outs of the matter in detail." "Yes, young master, it's like this." Wu Chong did not dare to hide anything. He told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the spirit god realm these few days. "I see. No wonder the spirit god realm is listed as the Azure Sky Forbidden Land. I didn't expect the 4 clans to shoulder such a heavy responsibility." Ling Xiao nodded. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. "Oh no. They used this method to plot against the Black Tortoise Emperor Palace and the Black Tortoise Emperor Palace. I'm afraid there's something fishy about the death of the Flame Dragon Crown Prince. The Flame Dragon Divine Dynasty is in danger." Chapter 1098. What young lord is saying. Wu Chang's face tightened as panic flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he finally realized that from the beginning to the end, he had underestimated the 4 words heavenly demon vassal. That's right. Since those fiends could deceive the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty, Yen Luopa and the others must have fallen for the same trick. In that case, the Flame Dragon Emperor Palace. Quick! Send people to the Flame Dragon Emperor City to investigate. It's too late. The most important thing now is to protect the 2 seals in the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty and Ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty. Since the evil treasure is divided into 4 parts, Even if the sky demon obtains 2 of them, it won't be of much use. Ling Xiao sighed softly and turned to look at the void in the distance. There's no time to lose. Ancestor Wu Chong, you will lead the Black Tortoise Realm experts to guard the Golden Crow Imperial Palace. Ancestor Jin Yang and I will rush to the ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty. Hopefully, we can stop this disaster. But Wu Chong wanted to say something, but hesitated. The Black Tortoise Imperial City was in a terrible situation. For this expedition, he had brought almost all the Black Tortoise Realm experts with him. In other words, any true Saint Realm expert was an invincible existence in the Black Tortoise Imperial City. The seal is a serious matter. I hope everyone in the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty can put aside their personal feelings and prioritize the world. Ling Zhao's tone was indifferent, but there was an inexplicable sense of righteousness in it. Young Lord, don't worry. We know what's important and what's not. The Black Tortoise Realm experts nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao turned to the messenger and asked, "What's the cultivation of those fiends?" True Saint Realm. 2nd or 3rd grade true Saint Realm. In that case, Black Tortoise Emperor can return to the Black Tortoise Imperial City to investigate. If you find anything, report it immediately. There's no time to lose, Ancestor Yang. Young Lord, don't worry. I will definitely assist Young Lord in stopping the Sky Demon's plan. Jin Yang took a step forward, and a pair of flaming wings appeared behind her. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He kept Wu Kuei into his realm and stood on the profound heavenly ancient ship. Beside him, both Xianyuan Weiyang and Yao Guang wore serious expressions. The Sky Demon's sinister nature was evident today. Fortunately, Qing Tsang had young Master Ling Xiao, who was not afraid of the demonic forces and cared about the common people. Let's go. Ancient Qilin Divine Dynasty. Following Ling Zhao's shout, countless ripples appeared in the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. The black battle intent tore through the sky and destroyed the blue dome of heaven. The heavenly profound ancient ship turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. In front of the Golden Crow Imperial Palace, Jean Hainer frowned slightly, especially when she saw Yao Guang and Xianyuan Weiyang standing beside Ling Xiao. Her eyes darkened. Young Master, I heard that the devil had appeared in the void domain and fought with you, with your strength. Xianyuan Weiyang looked at Ling Xiao curiously, only to see him shake his head slightly with a serious expression. This demon has an armor on his body, which can be called evil. With my current strength, I might not be his opponent, but with the help of the Arhut, I might be able to put up a fight. After all, the Buddha's path has a suppressive effect on the demonic nature. Amitabha, if the sky demon appears, I will do my best to help young Master kill him. Yao Guang's expression didn't change as he chanted Buddha's name. Xianyuan Weiyang nodded seriously. Young Master, don't worry. Weiyang will also do my best to help young Master. Haha, if that's the case, the sky demon should be killed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were deep, and there was a hint of purple in them. Just now, he had received the message from overlapping shadows that he had obtained the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty's Netherworld Plate Fragment and Divine Blood. Ling Zhao's main body was already outside the Fire Dragon Emperor Palace. He could meet up with Chen Qingshan at any time and put the blame of this shocking conspiracy on the gone heavenly divine sect. Now, it seemed like this game of chess was coming to an end. Next, he should prepare to harvest the holy infant of the gone heavenly divine sect. There must be a shocking secret hidden in the extreme netherworld plate, and it seemed like this secret was related to the holy infant. At the same time, in the realm, Ling Zhao's main body descended from the sky. Beside him, the chaotic divine body presented the reincarnation devil blade with both hands and disappeared. Young Master, where did you get this idiot? Phoenix Rouge stepped out from the sky hall and looked at Wu Kuei, who was slowly crawling on the ground. find a few disciples of the herb hall, and feed him some spiritual pills every day to forcibly raise his cultivation to the Supreme Being level. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This Wu Kuei's talent was extraordinary, and his body was filled with luck. Once he stepped into the Supreme Being level, his physical defense would be extremely terrifying. At that time, he would be refined into a spiritual treasure, which would be of a high grade. "All right, Rouge, how is the armor that I asked you to refine?" "Young master, look." Feng Rouge smiled slyly. She waved her hand and took out a strange armor from her universe ring. It was 90% similar to the one on Qin Chen's body. Furthermore, in the center of the armor, there was a blood-red pearl inlaid. It looked exactly like an eye. "Young master, this pearl is a blood spiritual pearl. You only need to use your spiritual energy to light it up." "Not bad." Ling Xiao reached out to take the armor and sized it up. The corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a smile. When Qin Chen appeared in the ancient city of Rocky Cliffs, he used this armor to kill countless disciples of the clan and severely injure Ling Xiao. It could be said that this demonic armor was the symbol of the Sky Demon. It had been more than a month since the end of the Supreme Secret Realm, but there were different opinions about the whereabouts of the Sky Demon, Qin Chen. But since he was the scapegoat, Ling Xiao would not let Qin Chen disappear completely. He would appear from time to time to provoke more justice and destiny to appear and kill the demon. After all, the 4 dynasties were hell on earth, especially the ancient Qilin dynasty. Whether it was the ordinary people or the ancient Qilin clan, they were now at the end of the road. Yes, this chaotic world was led by the Sky Demon, but it was the Sky Demon who killed people. What did it have to do with Ling Xiao? Of course, we have to appear at the most critical time to kill the demon and protect the justice of the world. As a transmigrator, Phoenix Rouge's thoughts and methods were incomparable to those of this world. From the first time he saw her, Ling Xiao knew that this girl was clever and skillful. She would be a great help to him on his path to immortality. At the very least, this Fu Sang battlesuit looked like it was made. "Young master, when will you take me out for a walk? I'm about to die of boredom." Phoenix Rouge pouted her red lips and looked resentful. "In a few days, I'll take you to see the demons of the Azure world." Ling Xiao smiled gently and reached out to pinch Phoenix Rouge's pretty face. Then he disappeared. With Phoenix Rouge's scheming mind, Ling Xiao had already thought of a place for her to go. Calculating the time, Jade Hanyan and the others had been gone for several months. They might have found many people who had ascended from the lower world. When they returned, Ling Xiao would start to create a force that truly belonged to him. Buzz, ancient Qilin Imperial City, 100 miles away from auspicious Light City. Chen Qingshan and a group of Sky-Gone disciples stood in the mountains and looked at the spiritual power fluctuations above the Imperial City from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear. When heavenly sovereigns fought, even a wisp of power could destroy the world. Moreover, the powerhouses of the Flame Dragon Dynasty and Ancient Qilin Dynasty were fighting with their lives. Chapter 1099. Auspicious Light City was in shambles. The ancient Qilin Imperial City was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The Divine Palace had collapsed, and corpses were everywhere. Even the ancient Qilin clan had suffered heavy casualties. Their blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. "Commander Qin, there are supreme beings fighting here. With our strength, I'm afraid." Some of the heavenly gone disciples raised their heads to look at the shattered space and swallowed hard. The strongest person in the Gone Sky Divine sect was only the sect master, who was a 3rd-grade sage. The remaining commanders were mostly 1st-grade or 2nd-grade sage. Only this Commander Qin was exceptionally talented and was appreciated by the sect master. At such a young age, he had become a commander with his cultivation base in the Exalted Realm. Even so, they were still ants in front of supreme beings. If they were not careful, they could be crushed to ashes by the residual power. What are you panicking for? Qingshan frowned and shouted coldly. Just as he finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void above his head. Then a figure wrapped in demonic qi descended from the sky and stood in front of everyone. This demonic qi. Everyone was stunned. Qingshan's eyes flashed with respect as he bowed to the demonic figure. Master, Master. The Gone Sky disciples were even more shocked when they heard that. The sect master of Gone Sky Divine Sect was using his identity as the Sky Demon's follower to fool the demons in the Azure world into working for him. Only Qingshan knew that they were not worthy. However, to the ordinary disciples, the Gone Sky Divine Sect was a vassal of the Sky Demon. They could even feel that the sect master was just a servant of the Sky Demon. Master? Could it be? Hiss! Greetings, Master. Some of the sharper disciples had already knelt on the ground and bowed sincerely. Is everyone here? Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at Qingshan. At this moment, his appearance had already been concealed by demonic qi, leaving only a pair of deep, black eyes looking down at everyone. My lord, apart from the few disciples who are in charge of collecting the blood spirits, everyone else is here. Qingshan bowed and said humbly. He was now a first-grade supreme being, which was slightly higher than Yi Qingshan. Even his providence had reached 15,000. It seemed that this son of destiny had encountered another opportunity in just a few days. Good. Come with me. Ling Xiao nodded. The pure Tao body was less than 300 miles away from auspicious Light City. Once he, the young master of the Ling clan, showed up, this dispute would come to an end. Yes, the fear on the faces of the Gantian disciples had long since dissipated. To them, the word heavenly demon was a symbol of faith. Although Ling Xiao did not reveal his identity, Commander Chen's attitude had already told them a lot. What kind of luck? Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that they would one day be able to fight alongside Lord Heavenly Demon. His death was worth it. Boom! Boom! 10,000 miles of space. A flaming divine dragon tore through the sky and crashed into the ancient Qilin ancestor's chest. In an instant, the second-grade heavenly sovereign was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura on his body had already withered to the extreme. This battle had already lasted for 3 whole days. In those 3 days, the divine imperial court's grand formation had been completely destroyed. Even the ancient Scale clan's earthly sovereign and 4 saints had been killed in the battle. Their bodies and Tao had disappeared. It seemed that the ancient Qilin divine dynasty was at the end of the road. Yen Luapa, you really don't care about the agreement between the ancestors and betray them. The ancient Qilin ancestor fell to the ground. His eyes were full of anger. Yen Luapa could not stop him if he wanted to escape. However, he still had faith and people behind him. So he could not escape. The ancient Qilin divine dynasty protected the Sky Demon. You deserve it. The Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty is just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Even if I don't kill you, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Realm Lord Palace sends people over and slaughters your entire dynasty. Yen Luapa's voice was calm. Although the spiritual power in his body fluctuated, it did not hurt his foundation. A 3rd-grade heavenly sovereign was one of the most powerful people in the Azure world. Moreover, the flame dragon bloodline was good at conquering. It was difficult for the ancient Qilin ancestor to fight against them. Yen Luapa, you are slandering me. The Realm Lord Palace will definitely uphold justice for me. The ancient Qilin ancestor looked up to the sky and shouted sorrowfully. However, the moment his voice fell, an ancient golden seal suddenly appeared in front of Yen Luopa. The ancient seal was surrounded by 9 flame dragons. As Yen Luopa clenched his hand, the 9 flame dragons opened their eyes and let out deafening dragon roars. This is the Flame Dragon Clan's inherited sacred artifact, the 9 Dragons Flame Emperor Seal. At that moment, all the ancient Chilean experts' faces changed. Finally, there was despair in their eyes. This precious treasure had always been where the flame dragon Fate Chi resided. It had the power to suppress the dragon vein, and it would not be taken out of the flame dragon emperor palace easily. They did not expect Yen Luapa to bring this treasure out in order to destroy the ancient Chilean emperor palace. Gu Duin, the ancient Chilean emperor palace's Fate Chi has run out. Accept your fate. Yen Luapa's expression was calm. Divine flames swirled around him and enveloped the dragon seal. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 9-flame dragon divine shadows broke through the sky and shrouded the entire ancient Chilean imperial city with their sacred aura. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy the ancient Chilean divine dynasty? The ancient Chilean ancestor sighed, softly with sorrow in his eyes. He was already at the end of his rope, and Yen Luapa had yet to show his true trump card. Once the seal fell, the 9 dragons would gather, and the ancient Chilean divine dynasty would cease to exist. How ridiculous! A woman and a bet battle had turned into the cause of today's destruction. Inexplicably, the ancient Chilean ancestor was confused. He had a vague feeling that there was an invisible hand behind all this, silently manipulating everything. Even the flame dragon divine dynasty was just a pawn in the hands of that person. However, who was so scheming and bold to be able to toy with the 2 divine dynasties in their hands? 9 dragons, world annihilation, royal seal. Just as the ancient Chilean emperor was muttering to himself, an angry roar came from the void above him. Immediately after, a sea of fire fell from the sky like an ancient calamity fire. Wherever it passed, the heavenly way was obliterated. Ancient Chilean clan, follow me. The ancient Chilean ancestor cried out sadly. No matter how doubtful he was, he had no way to verify it. This seal was the beginning of the destruction of the ancient Chilean divine dynasty. Young Emperor, are we really going to watch the ancient Chilean divine dynasty be destroyed? Thousands of miles away, 2 figures were hiding in the clouds. They concealed their auras and looked coldly at the dispute below. With the immortal demon ancient bell, even a grade 9 heavenly sovereign would find it difficult to detect the aura of the snow tidal rock, let alone 2 grade 2 and grade 2 heavenly sovereigns. Young Emperor, do you really think that the ancient Chilean divine dynasty is colluding with the sky demon? Lu Xinghe frowned slightly. He and the young emperor had been waiting here for 2 days, but they had not seen any trace of the sky demon. Could it be that the flame dragon ancestor wanted to use this as an excuse to destroy the 3 dynasties and unify the spirit god realm? Chapter 1100. Old Xing, do you think that if the ancient Chilean divine dynasty really colluded with the sky demon would show himself? Xue Xian's eyes were deep, and his skin was as white as snow. At this moment, there was not the slightest ripple on his face. It was as if the ancient Chilean divine dynasty's destruction had nothing to do with him. The sky demon is sinister and cunning. He probably won't care about their lives. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment and shook his head. That's right. I think so too. Then why are you here, young lord? Regardless of whether the ancient Chilean divine dynasty colluded with the sky demon, since there are traces of demons here, I'm afraid they're here for the evil treasure sealed by the 4 dynasties. Xue Xian turned his head, and a bright smile bloomed on his face. His teeth were white and his eyes were bright. If it weren't for his flat chest, no one would have doubted that he was a girl just by looking at his face. In fact, compared to the number 1 beauty in the Azure world, Gu Chaoxiai, Xue Xian's face was even more handsome. He had a domineering aura that looked down on the world and controlled everything. Young lord, you mean this battle has come to an end. Usually, there will be changes at this time. Xue Xian smiled faintly. However, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look into the distance. At this moment, He could sense that there seemed to be a strand of vast battle intent pressing down on the heavens and the earth from 100 kilometers away. Buzz! A sea of fire surged in the ancient Chilean imperial palace. 9 dragons fell together, covering the sky and the sun. Their power was truly terrifying. The ancient Chilean ancestors' eyes trembled, and the spiritual light around him fluctuated. However, under the sovereign seal, he seemed a little weak. Buzz! But, just as he was about to fight with his life on the line, a strange buzzing sound came from the void above his head. Immediately after, a pair of flaming wings that stretched for hundreds of meters spread out horizontally and blocked the 9 dragons. However, both attacks were condensed from flames, so there was no difference between them from afar. At this time, everyone could only see that the entire imperial palace had turned into a divine sun, comparable to hell on earth. Now is the time. In the depths of the imperial palace, Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the distant sky, then turned to look at the towering ancient hall before him. Ancient runes intertwined and formed a seal, containing a strand of divine intent. This was the place where the ancient Chilean holy dynasty had sealed the netherworld plate. If it was in the past, such a forbidden area would definitely be guarded by experts. However, it just so happened that the ancient Chilean divine dynasty was about to be destroyed, so all the experts with some strength had already fallen into a chaotic battle. Moreover, the ancient palace's seal could only be broken by the ancient Chilean emperor bloodline. In the eyes of Gu Duan and the others, there was no need to worry. I can sense that the treasure is in this palace. Ling Xiao's indifferent words caused the sky-gone disciples' expressions to brighten. Although they didn't know what kind of secret technique their master had used to bring them here, they still didn't know. However, the chaotic battle between the 2 dynasties was a great opportunity for them to seize the treasures. Heavenly good fortune. This was a heaven-defying fortune. I wonder if His Majesty will honor his promise to let us leave our names in the underworld. My lord, this seal! Qin Qingshan frowned slightly, and his eyes were slightly solemn. Even he didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't here for the evil treasure in the palace. Instead, he was here to draw the world's attention to the sky demon, Qin Qin, and the sky-gone divine sect. Fortunately, Prince Guyu is a righteous man and has submitted to me. This seal can be broken with a wave of his hand. Ling Xiao said indifferently. With a thought, Guyu's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion. Then, before the second prince of Gulin could react, he felt his neck tighten and his entire body was thrown out by a terrifying force. He slammed hard on the totem in the middle of the ancient palace. Pucci! As expected, with the strength of Guyu's body, it was impossible for him to be compared to Ling Xiao. Therefore, the moment his body collided with the stone door of the ancient palace, it instantly shattered and the blood energy in his body was devoured by the seal. Gulp! The scene of the apprenticeship caused a stunned expression to appear on the faces of all the heavenly gone disciples. This is the so-called can be broken with a wave of his hand. Oh, it seems like it can be broken with a wave of his hand. With a wave of His Majesty's hand, Guyu broke. Boom! A dazzling golden light quietly bloomed. However, under the cover of the waves of fire, no one noticed the commotion, except for Xue Xian. Young lord! Look! Lu Xingha's eyes trembled, especially when he saw the demonic figure in the depths of the palace. A look of reverence appeared on his face. This was the reason why he took the initiative to submit to Xue Xian, no matter when. This young lord always seemed to be able to see further, even compared to the many Supreme Being experts in the Realm Lord Palace. Xue Xian's temperament was monstrous, but just as Xue Xian nodded indifferently and was about to take a step forward, he saw a peerless black-clothed figure quietly appear above the ancient palace. Immediately, a cold shout resounded through the entire world. The Sky Demon is indeed here. Buzz! At the same time, above the void, Yanluapa looked at the graceful figure, that gradually revealed her figure with a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a golden flaming bird soar into the sky and block the 9 dragons, turning them into nothingness together. Yen Luapa, stop! You have all been used by someone. Jean Yang stood in the void, her feather robe blooming with divine light. Even her face seemed to have become a lot younger. She had quite a bit of charm. Jean Yang? You, Sky Demon, where do you think you're going? Before everyone could react from their shock, a fierce shout suddenly came from the depths of the palace. A loud and clear sword hum suddenly resounded, and an extremely piercingly cold aura spread out in all directions for thousands of miles in the world. Amitabha. Then another Buddhist hymn was heard, and layers of Buddhist shadows appeared in the world. Amidst the divine light, a white-haired female monk stepped through the air. Behind her, tens of thousands of Buddhas followed, golden light like lightning, boundless Dharma. In another place, an endless sea of blood surged with saintly might. Among them, a young girl with black hair like a waterfall and a peerless beauty had a serious look in her eyes, faintly tinged with nervousness. She stretched out her hand, and a boundless sea of blood fell from the sky, sealing the world and suppressing the world. Let's go! Ling Zhao's eyes were cold, and demonic will surged around him. Immediately, a blood-red eye appeared on the Fu Sang divine armor, blooming with scarlet light. Clang, clang, clang. 9 bell chimes reverberated in the void for thousands of miles. Xue Xian frowned slightly as he looked down at the 3 figures that had surrounded the heavenly demon. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Ling Xiao, the Bodhisattva, and Xinyuan princess. All 3 of them, no matter which one it was, were the true righteous in the eyes of the human race. However, the timing of their appearance, wasn't it too much of a coincidence? Or rather, every time the Sky Demon appeared, why would the successor of the Ling people appear on time? Chapter 11:01. Let's go! Demonic will gushed out of Ling Zhao's body, forming 100-foot-tall demonic shadow that blocked the attacks of Yao Guang, Xianyuan Weiyang, and the pure Tao body. Buffed. However, even with his strength, he still trembled in the face of the 3 top geniuses of the human race. He spat out blood and retreated. Then, before anyone could react, he had already grabbed Chen Qingshan's shoulder and was about to flee into the distance. Clang! At that moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang in the sky above. Tens of thousands of meters of golden radiance rained down, transforming into countless phenomena that attempted to seal the heavens and earth. At the critical moment, a ray of light lit up in Ling Zhao's hand, and he threw a divine talisman across the sky. Boom! The talisman shattered, erupting with a terrifying might. It directly tore open a crack in space. With a thought, Ling Xiao hid with Qin Qingshan in his realm. Oh no! Master has run away! Run! Seeing this scene, the gone Sky disciples immediately cried out in grief and scattered like birds and beasts. Damn it! He got away again. Weiyang, Arhut, capture him! The pure Tao body shouted angrily and took the lead, rushing toward one of the exalted realm disciples. Boom, boom! Mighty spiritual might once again filled the air. However, with the strength of these sky-gone disciples, how could they possibly be a match for the Nirmala body and Yao Guang? Therefore, in just 10 breaths, more than half of the disciples who came with Chen Qingshan were dead or injured. The remaining few were all captured by Yao Guang and Xinyuan Weiyang. Since young Master Xue is here, why don't you show yourself? Ling Zhao's Tao body looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Even his body seemed to be surrounded by a wisp of dense purple qi. He was otherworldly and indifferent. He had expected that the turmoil in the 4 dynasties would attract some azure righteous path cultivators, so he put in a lot of effort to set up today's chess game. Who would have thought that it would be the snow-tide crag this time? Moreover, judging from his actions earlier, It seemed like he already knew that the fight between the flame dragon and Gulin was merely a game of chess. That talisman was a 7th grade talisman that Ling Xiao had spent 70,000 villain points to exchange from the system. It was a treasure. If it weren't for the terrifying power of the immortal devil ancient bell, Ling Xiao wouldn't have used it so easily. Young Master Ling, suddenly, a cold shout came from above the clouds. Strands of golden light bloomed and sprinkled down. It was gorgeous and mystical. Xue Xian stood proudly at the peak of the sky. Xianyuan Weiyang stared blankly at that indifferent and cold face. He turned to look at Ling Xiao with some confusion. Young Master, this young Master Xue is so beautiful. How have you been, young Emperor? Ling Xiao's tone was indifferent. Xue Xian's figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Ling Xiao. However, the divine light in his eyes made people feel inexplicably uneasy. Master Ling Xiao, what a coincidence! Xue Xian's words clearly had a deeper meaning. This was the 3rd time. Whenever the sky demon appeared, this young master of the Ling people would definitely be present. In the eyes of the world, Ling Xiao, the young master of the Ling people, was righteous and had spared no effort to kill the sky demon. Moreover, he had indeed done so. However, Xue Xian just felt that something was wrong. Young Master Xue, you're wrong. It should be said that fate brought us together. Ling Xiao's face suddenly bloomed with a smile. It was obviously gentle, but chilling. Jin Yuyang, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll destroy the Golden Crow dynasty. A fierce shout suddenly came from the palace in the distance. At that moment, Yen Luopa's face was dark, and there seemed to be flames in his eyes. The attack just now was enough to suppress all the elites of the ancient Qilin lineage. The Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty was only one step away from dominating the spirit god realm. However, this Jin Yang didn't know what was good for her and dared to stand in his way. Wait. Her cultivation level, Yen Luopa narrowed his eyes and frowned. At that moment, he seemed to feel that Jin Yang's body was emitting a fluctuation that made his heart palpitate. How could it be? According to reliable sources, this Golden Crow patriarch did not have much time left and was at the end of his path. A breakthrough before death? That was ridiculous. The last person who said that is still kneeling in my Golden Crow, the Arch City. Jin Yang sneered as if she didn't care about Yen Luopa at all. If it had been a month ago, she wouldn't have dared to offend even the emperors of the 4 dynasties, let alone Yen Luopa. But now, with Lord Ling Xiao's support, what did she have to fear from a small Yen dragon divine dynasty? Thank you, Taoist Juyang. The ancient Qilin patriarch bowed slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although the ancient Qilin divine dynasty had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, they didn't have a deep relationship with the Golden Crows. Why would Jin Yang suddenly appear and stop the Yen Dragon Patriarch's strongest attack? If you want to thank someone, you have to thank my young master. Jin Yang shook her head and smiled, her bright golden eyes looking into the depths of the palace. There, 2 figures, one black and one white, walked over side by side. Behind them, Yao Guang and Xianyuan Weiyang each descended from the sky with a few gaunt sky disciples in their hands. This is young Master Xue? Yen Luopa and Gu Duan were stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. It could be said that no one in the entire Qingtsang didn't know this young lord of the Realm Lord Palace. When the Realm Lord went missing, it was Xue Xian who used the immortal demon ancient bell to suppress the traitors and stabilize the situation in the Azure continent. But who was that young man beside him? How many people in the Azure continent were qualified to stand side by side with Xue Xian? Except Hiss. His hair was tied up in black, and his immortal face was peerless. Young master of the Ling people? In an instant, Yen Luopa, Gu Lin, and the others turned pale, and an inexplicable fear filled their hearts. Either one of them had the strength and background to crush Qing Tsang's generation. Now that they had appeared together in the spirit god realm, they didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Young Master Shui Young, young Masterling, why have you come to the spirit god realm personally? Yen Luopa looked uneasy. Even though he was a heavenly supreme, he was still not worth mentioning in front of the Ling people and the Realm Lord Palace. The Sky Demon has appeared, and young Master Shui and I are here to slay it. Ling Zhao's expression was cold as he waved his hand and threw the few gone sky disciples in front of everyone. Young Master, the second prince of the Gu Lin divine dynasty colluded with the Sky Demon and killed our crown prince. You must seek justice for the Yen Dragon clan. Yen Luopa cried out in grief, looking very miserable. The Realm Lord had decreed that the 4 dynasties were not to conquer and to guard against evil beings. Now that the Yen Dragon Divine Dynasty had openly disobeyed the decree, if the Realm Lord Palace wanted to punish them, they would be wiped out overnight. Yen Dragon Ancestor, you, Sai, have all been fooled by the Sky Demon. Ling Xiao sighed softly as if it was a pity. Previously, the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty was instigated by the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty and the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty to conquer, and then seized the opportunity to seize the evil beings suppressed by the Black Tortoise Divine Dynasty. I think the Yen Dragon Imperial Palace is probably already... What? Impossible. Our Imperial Palace has a great protective array. Yen Luopa was stunned. He suddenly raised his hand and took out a voice transmission talisman from his spatial ring. Huangguan, Huangguan. Old ancestor? A weak female voice suddenly came from the other end of the talisman, followed by heart-wrenching cries. Old ancestor, the Emperor Lord was killed, and all the experts of the Yen Dragon bloodline were slaughtered. Now, the Imperial Palace only has women and children left.